Go to air. My name is Matthew Mercer, Dungeon Master for the show. Welcome to the chaos of this evening. Before we get into our actual game story and the thread of what has transpired in recent events, we're going to go through our quick announcements. First and foremost, tonight's episode is sponsored by us! Sponsored by the new year. Sponsored by, hopefully, have our sponsor contracts finalized soon, and we can have an actual sponsor soon. But until then, we are sponsored by you awesome people who come and watch the show. I think Sam had prepared a bit.
Well, I prepared a bit. That's pretty much it. No, I'm going to need it a little quiet because we've gotten a lot of feedback from the fans, and so this new feature we're going to roll out, we're going to have a telephone number that people can call and complain to. So I just wanted to, I think I can use this mic if everyone can be quiet. I'm going to just record our outgoing message for the new phone line that we're setting up right now. So, stand by. Thank you for calling Critical Role Customer Support. We value your feedback and want to improve your experience. If you're calling to argue against one of Matthew Mercer's many, many rule violations, press 1. If you're calling to cry because Ashley Johnson isn't on this episode, mash your forehead into your number pad repeatedly. If you're calling to lodge a complaint about Marisha Ray or the character of Keyleth, or how nothing she ever does is cool, press 3. You will be given 5 minutes to rant, and don't worry, your message will make Marisha feel like shit within 24 hours. Quiet, guys. If you would like to complain about the technical aspects of the Twitch stream, please hang up and call 1-800-#WEKNOW. If you were offended by something Sam Riegel said on the stream, you can go fuck yourself. Thank you for your support. Okay, that's it.
Good.
Yeah, I'll re-record it later. I'll re-record it later.
I need to go too.
Pick up.
Yeah, fine.
Can I just, on behalf of all of us,
Yeah.
We
We miss you, Ashley. We miss you.
Always.
Crying before the show.
I look forward to all the voicemails.
Yeah, so many.
it's already full.
Yeah.
It's like our very own This American Life episode. I'm so excited.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sam, for that fantastic message. We have some, I think, some merch updates. If you want to take that,
yes,
Laura?
we do. So if you guys check the store right now, there should be some Strong Jaw Ale shirts available. I was getting some tweets about it that, we hadn't put those in the store for a long time. So we made some more and put them in the store along with the Gilmore shirts and the How You Want to Do This and the regular logo shirt. All of those things available. Plus, there are some How Do You Want to Do This hoodies left from the pre-order stock that we had a long time ago. So there's a few of those left in the store. And I have a tweet. Sorry about that. And we also have these new. Wait, where did I put it?
On the back of your book.
Where's my book?
This is it.
Oh, I have it out. We have vinyl stickers now, you guys. Aren't they so spiffy?
Oh yeah, look at it.
Yeah, I'm excited about those. So those are here. Those are in the store for you.
For sale?
For sale, Sam.
Did we get them for free? Did we get them?
You want one?
Heavily
Can I have
discounted.
Here you go.
Heavily discounted.
You guys want some?
She'll bill you later.
I'll put it on my white cart.
You want?
So yeah, there's all that stuff.
On that one.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Those are awesome.
Yeah. And we have more hats too. There's hats again. All these things, you guys, just so many things.
We're trying to keep up.
Yeah, we're trying to do away with like the whole, pre-order and wait a really long time to get your stuff. So
Yeah,
now we're
no
trying to
one
keep
likes
things in stock so you can actually.
Yeah, trying to get it to you sooner.
Yeah. All right, thank you, Laura. Also want to mention, for those who want to check it out, we've been running it for a few months now, but we have our Vox Machina Critical Role After Show Tuesday nights, 7 p.m. Pacific time here on Twitch. And Alpha is hosted by our amazing Brian Foster.
He's a dick.
He is a dick, and that's part of his charm. But yeah, so if you haven't checked it out, you can come and watch us answer your community questions or ask questions to the at Vox Machina Twitter, and watch us fumble our way through trying to explain our inane actions in a dice rolling RPG we play every week. But anyway, check that out. Anybody else have anything else they want to talk about or mention or say something?
Or say something.
Some say something.
Do you guys want to say anything?
some
You didn't
stuff.
say anything this time. Do you want to say how much you love everybody?
Huh?
Oh man.
All right, let's go ahead and get us down to
Felt like a wedding speech.
tonight's episode
Bring on the catharsis.
of Critical Role.
Oh god, I gotta look at my fucking hit points.
Just, we all need a long
We're
rest.
not out. We're not out.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. So, to get you up to speed with what's recently happened in our game, Vox Machina, our band of adventurers, have been traveling across Taldore, continents, and planes of existence beyond in search of the vestiges of divergence, magical artifacts that can help outfit them for their coming struggle against the Chroma Conclave, a group of chromatic dragons that had terrorized and conquered the Taldore countryside for quite some time now. At the end of this venture, you've all acquiring your relics of power, your levels of experience, and the allies you've amassed through this journey converged upon the central capital city of Amon in hopes of finally defeating and destroying Thordak, the Cinder King. You made a tenuous relationship with a member of the Conclave, Raishan, the deceased deceiver, the Green Dragon. And after killing the other three members of the Conclave, you went in with armies at your back, a Shari in the sky, who laid siege to the city as you snuck beneath the streets of Iman, emerging on the outskirts of the Cloudtop District through the help of your two allies, Zara and Kashaw.
Yeah.
You managed to bypass two waiting fire giants, push straight into the center of the mostly ruined Cloudtop District where you confronted Thordak the Cinder King in his large, swollen, powerful, primordial red dragon form.
Sorry.
I was with you.
Gross.
It's a favorite enemy, right? Just checking.
Anybody help you?
You came prepared with allies at your sides and full power. You tore into Thordak, and while many blows were sustained on both sides of the fray, Thordak fell on the battlefield. In those moments, as Thordak attempted to retreat into his lair, Vax, gave chase and slew the dragon using Whisper in your grasp. As a few of you came up behind Raishan as well, asked as part of the accord you had made to be given some time with the corpse of Thordak. It was decided that this was not to be allowed, that she was not to be trusted, and attack was made on Raishan, though Raishan also had made a few unique choices of her own leading up to it. It's led to a confrontation in Thordak's lair beneath the city, where you all nearly got your asses handed to you.
Yeah, that's a good one.
By a well-prepared Raishan. However, in the midst of this battle, you did summon your ally, Jamon Saord. They are the leader of Ankarel, the distant city on the continent of Marquette, and a brass dragon, who upon arriving in this fray, full health and ready to fight, was enough of a threat to drive Raishan off in her damaged form before she could finish you off in the state you were in.
Yeah, it was definitely worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was worth it.
Yes.
However, you were then kept at bay by a wall of force as Raishan took two of Thordak's strangely existing eggs and flew into a tunnel towards the corpse of Thordak and then disappeared in a flash of purple energy before the wall dropped and you all just arrived halfway through the tunnel where the corpse of Thordak once lay to find it missing along with Raishan and the eggs that she had gathered. And that was where we had left off. So, as the rest of your party begins running up, winded, bloodied, and still reeling from the intensity of the battle you just fought, you have the intense heat of the nearby cavern, the hints of cracked, red-hot earth and rock that are kind of protruding in small sections, the sweat just pouring down your face. You run up and you can see the trail, the pool of blood that once was driven by the wounds left by your blade at the side of Thordak's corpse, missing. The impact crater of Thordak's landing is still kind of carved into the side of this curved tunnel. You see as Kima rushes up, out of breath, you see Gilmore rush up and kind of like push his hair out of his face, and there's a moment of silence as you all kind of take in what has just transpired. What do you want to do?
Using my magic, can I detect which direction the beast fled?
No.
Okay. I don't know anything.
Should we get, I don't know, does it matter to get any of his blood? Maybe we can track him easier?
Yeah.
Couldn't hurt.
The body?
Sure, I'll gather
Thordak's
any of
blood?
Yeah, Thordak's blood.
Okay, so you go ahead and you pull. Do you have empty vials currently?
I took a lot of potions, so I'm assuming so.
Yes, you would
Yeah.
actually. So you take some of the mostly or completely emptied healing potion vials and collect.
I lick the bottle for all the remaining healing. For sure.
Little straw.
Like a Capri Sun.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
I head back into the chamber and see if I can find any of like Raishan scales or like Raishan blood. Or
Maybe
anything
give it
like
a
that.
moment just to let the lair actions die down a little bit.
What?
All the lava stuff happening in there.
I'll watch from a distance and make sure that it's not boiling
safe.
over. Yeah.
I'm gonna limp up to you. You burnt all over.
Yeah.
Hold still for a second.
That really sucks. I'm gonna assume that was karma. Yeah.
I
I feel
do
really
have.
bad for that Duragar now. That sucks. That's a rough way to go.
I cover her mouth with my hand for a second and use the last of lay on hands. And I checked with crit roll stats. I do have 10 left.
Okay.
So I'm going to use eight of those to heal you up a bit.
8 whole points.
So I only got 10.
Romeo. What are you doing with those last 2?
I just imagine like light slapping in the faces 8 times. Hit point, hit point, hit point.
Lay on hands, lay on hands.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
The Oath of Annoyance Paladin. It's, coming
how
soon in the Teldor campaign.
Thordak died like this.
All right, so as Vax heals you up with some of the remnants of his divine power still in his body, Kima is kind of walking up to Keyleth, and Gilmore goes over and starts helping you kind of gather and separate some of the what little blood you can. A lot of it's kind of just dug into the rock and the dust, but there are a little bit that you can kind of pull into it that's not too clustered and filled with the equivalent of coffee grinds. What else are you guys doing?
Once the layer is safe, I want to get in and start examining it.
Same.
Yeah.
Okay. It takes, I'd say, probably a good 2 minutes or so before the general tremors of the layer begin to subside. The presence of Thordak being long enough removed that the volcanic activity begins to come to a small, gentle end.
Actually, before we go back in, can I peek up on the surface level and see if it looks like the fighting has died down?
I was just about to
On the
say the
surface.
same.
Okay, you guys go up there?
Yeah.
Okay. Everyone else laying down?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, while you guys are waiting, the two of you rush up to the surface of the outside of the opening into Thordak's lair. Both of you guys make a perception check.
Don't die.
27.
29.
Okay. As you both peek through the heated clouds of soot and ash that are billowing out from inside, your vision clarifies, and you can see up into the sky the thunderstorm that has been encompassing the vicinity of Iman is still rolling and firing off bolts of lightning and thunder in the distance. It is beginning to slowly subside in the size that it began, but you also notice that the Wyvern Riders that once rapidly swung through the air are all retreating in mass, the few that still remain, into the southwest, and have now maybe about a half mile off from Iman. And a number of them are fleeing and catching up with them. It looks like they are being fended off, and the tides at least have turned somewhat from where they began here in Iman. You also do notice that the 2 doors that you guys originally entered that you pushed through, one of the doors is now pushed off of its hinges and has fallen to the ground, and the other is kind of partway off that giant gate doorway. And just beyond it, you see what looks to be battle still ensuing. You hear the muffled screams echoing from outside that gate and streets beyond Iman of hundreds of soldiers shouting into battle, large heaving war cries of deep-voiced giant kin. You see bursts of flame in the distance and what looks to be bodies occasionally flung through the air to disappear past the horizon beyond the gate top. There is still warfare raging in this city.
Can we see through that gate to where we parted with Kashar?
From this distance, you cannot get that much more. You can just see the motion of combat. You have to get closer.
Speaking of, can I reach into my shirt and grab out that note that was on the arrow? I never read it.
Oh, yeah.
What is it?
It says, my gift to you, darling. Use it well.
I knew it. We have to find them.
Let's go look. Just a look.
Just stealth.
Yeah.
To see if it looks like the giant is gone and if Zara and Cash are
Why don't we
around.
just cover half the distance, see what we can
Yeah,
see
yeah,
from
yeah.
Okay, stealth check, both guys.
28.
12.
Wow.
I know.
Okay.
I'm
But you're like,
I'm
you got all your
injured
hit points back,
grievously.
right?
You are.
All of them.
You snatched from the jaws of death temporarily. Find yourself physically affected more than you would have expected in what seemed to you was just an instant of darkness. And as you begin to try and follow after your brother, you find yourself stumbling and falling to one knee and trying best to keep up. At this time, you notice 2 figures running from the opening in that gate in your direction. You see it first, but you see it but a moment after him. You see bloodied, bruised, but still in a full sprint, both Kasha and Zara rushing in your direction, and you hear Cash just yelling out, Vox Machina! You're alive, right?
Keep it down, you fuck. Come on into this hole.
Hole? So yes, the hole, darling. Right, and they both kind of rush up, and as you guys are catching up with them, you notice by the gate, pushing through what looks to be another fire giant, wielding a sword, kind of dragged behind, kind of pour through, and just begins going into a large bounding sprint in your direction.
Oh God.
Running.
Giants at the door, giants.
Moving towards it.
Yeah, now we're going up towards the hole.
Okay, so
Can I shoot an arrow at him?
as you're saying giants into your ear, you watch as 2 crossbow bolts kind of into the back of the head of the giant. And stops and looks over the shoulder, and you see a flash of light behind him, an impact in the back of the black ironed giant's armor. Like a sudden impact of a fiery meteor just slams into it, and the giant stumbles to one knee before another blow hits him right across the back of the head, and the fire giant just falls on face first, unconscious, onto the ground. Little cloud of dust and dirt kind of billows up to the sides. There you see, by the front of the gate, you see Jarrett with crossbow right there, and standing and now stepping up onto the back of the giant's armor and slamming a flashing, bright, radiant warhammer into the back of its neck. You see, in chainmail, long beard, white streaked, billowing, war-torn hair pulled into a tight ponytail towards the back. A familiar face. You see Carrick, currently of Western, standing, wipes his brow, and looks up and takes notice of your presence immediately. Patrick, if you want to come on stage.
TV's Patrick.
Patrick
Yay, good job, bye. Since it's so easy to make your way.
Our set is so conducive to movement.
I didn't
didn't break it.
The whole set falls down.
I know.
Carrick, you can fight!
I get to sit next to my bestie.
Yeah. My new bestie. Yeah.
What in the fuck?
I thought you can fight? Yeah, you just brought down a giant, no big deal.
Team effort. Like, is everything cool now? Like, is this the last of
Say,
them?
one, I think you might want to move a little bit over to get into the camera.
Yeah, come on over.
Just a smidge for the audience.
Yeah.
There you go. And as you've been in this fray for quite some time, and the exhaustion's starting to mount on you a bit, and the two individuals that you and your allies had come upon, being the smaller unit, you managed to penetrate further into the city than the main armies that were pushing towards the gates. You saw the golden armored human and the tiefling currently struggling with what looked to be 5 fire giants, 3 that had come up behind the 2 that they had ensnared. And after minutes of battle and tearing through them, it looks like you finally gained the upper hand. You've lost a number of allies through this incursion. However, these are the really, really familiar, welcome faces given the perpetual onslaught that you've seen since you first arrived at Iman.
He probably just says, "Is it done?"
Is it?
that's his opener.
I mean,
Ish.
Thordak was killed.
Kashaw
No.
pipes up and says, "So you killed the thing.
Oh,
You killed it's dead, right? Please tell me you killed the thing."
yes, the thing is
we
dead.
killed thing.
And gone.
Okay.
Literally gone.
Great.
Stolen.
Fantastic. That's wonderful. Great.
Gone.
We can go home.
He didn't hear you.
Can I hug
Yeah.
Zara?
Yeah.
So
She
big.
she eagerly puts her arms out, and as you guys kind of embrace real fast, she kind of both of you almost from the impact stopping. The bruising sets in. Darling, careful.
No. Injured.
How do these guys look?
You don't see them yet. You just see these two.
Oh, okay.
And after a moment of these hugs happen, you kind of catch your breath. You notice a few more figures appear from out of this large craterous hole in the ground in the center of this ruined district. And from there, you watch as the familiar Percival, Scanlan. Oh no, you stay behind.
Yeah.
Grog, and Keyleth all emerge from the hole.
How does she look?
A little singed, a little burnt, a little worse for wear, but alive. Can't say that much different from the rest of her allies as well.
Okay. I might actually kind of lumber a little bit in that direction as if I were going in for a hug and then stop when I remember that maybe I'm not that sort of person. It looks actually very awkward.
Oh, good. This is a face I would like to see.
Care? He just killed a giant with his giant hammer of blazing white.
Keyleth just closes the distance and runs up and just hugs Care.
Big bear hug. Big bear hug.
What are you doing here?
Same as everyone. And doing as much as a person can do.
I got your gift.
I'm so glad of that.
It meant everything.
Oh,
Maybe even a little too literally, like 20 minutes ago. A lot of passing through fire here lately.
yeah.
To break the awkward briefly, dear.
Yeah, much more still happening.
Maybe we should go down.
Right. No, wait.
I skywrite up in the air. Is there like a sigil of Amon? Like a.
I mean, there is a crest for the city.
Yeah.
You can do a simplified version of it if you'd like.
I do that into the sky
Okay.
with skywrite.
Okay, so the storm, which is still raging, but it's moving itself southwest to almost follow the Wyvern Riders that have survived this battle so far and are fleeing from the scene. The clouds then begin to shift in shape, and the darkness separates into what looks like little plumes of white that spell out a very basic rendition of the symbol of Iman. What else do you want to do?
There's cash there.
Cash is there with you.
How
Yeah.
does he look?
Yeah.
He looks pretty messed up. There are a few large sections of armor that have been just cloven through, and you can see been a number of flesh wounds sustained, but nothing mortal. But he holds himself with a kind of a knowing confidence with his arms crossed. But as soon as there's any sort of physical movement, there was a little bit of a wheeze and a trying to cover for the physical impact of the battle he's just sustained.
You look a little worse for the wear there.
I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sure you don't. Z, did he go unconscious?
Actually, no. He fought quite bravely.
Are you lying?
No.
Shit.
She's lying.
Good job, I guess, Cash.
He goes, didn't too bad yourself, big man. Smacks you in the shoulder and goes,
No, that would never hurt me.
I'm gonna walk up to him as well, because he looks fucked up, and say, "Hey, thank you for the assist, Spanky." And I'm gonna give him 2 slaps to the cheek and leave a couple of black feathers stuck there with sweat, and use the last of my lay on hands on him.
Now that we've sent the word, maybe now we can
Yeah.
Goes
let's go
down.
commence with the
downstairs.
conversations underground.
Okay.
Everything hurts.
Not to.
what's your armor class?
21.
He knees you gently enough in the nuts
Yeah.
to get you to drop one knee. He goes,
Gently enough.
that's 2.
Yes, good
I laugh through it.
Good call.
Are there any soldiers running around, by the way, right now? Any of our people?
Right now, some soldiers are beginning to pour in through the gate that they emerged from. Some of your allies, some from other armies that are starting to find their way towards the center core of the city. Not everyone's been made aware that the center of this battle has already been won, essentially. So people are starting to come in and calm down a bit and then rush back out to see what else is there. You watch as a few Wyvern Riders try and scoot through the sky to catch up with the rest of them as a bolt of lightning slams into one and you see it streak and tumble and then crash somewhere on the outside of the district.
I'm going to fire a couple times into the air just to get some attention and just spread the word. Thordak is falling. Spread the word. Now we can go down.
You see some of the soldiers immediately kind of look at each other, and you can hear sounds like the shouting and whispering back and forth. Four voices start shouting, "Thordak has fallen! Thordak has fallen! Thordak has fallen!" And it starts just carrying throughout the city and echoing.
Call the locksmith.
Everyone goes, "What? Sorry, Thordak has fallen." So as you follow them and gather into the area, or you want to?
I say and I have to go. And I talk. I'm like, Samantha, it's you. Circle everyone up. Make sure that people are taken care of.
Yes.
There's just like 30. It's a
campaign going on.
It's a
It's like 2 campaigns of just briefly touched.
it's a couple dozen moderately well armored, but like these are not maybe crack troops. They have a lot of heart.
Do they have any hit points?
More than you might expect.
That's good.
Yeah. Yeah, and so I square them away. They can take care of themselves by now, at least for a bit.
Yeah, they set up a small perimeter to the entranceways to the district and kind of are awaiting other forces to arrive and inform them of what's going on and still stay alert for any stragglers of the battle.
Okay.
As you, what do you do?
I grab Care and I start ushering him down into the hole.
Okay.
Into the hole.
Have a title. Well done.
I'm so sorry.
You are
I don't know.
you're my favorite 13-year-old.
It's
Patrick.
it's a lovely hole.
That's what they tell me.
Room for everyone.
It's been a long time for me, and I haven't done this recently.
I'm in here all the time. All the time.
While this is happening, Scanlan, you stayed down there with Kima and Gilmore.
Yeah, I sort of moseyed my way back to the to the opening of the lair, like where I had tossed the flute,
Yeah.
and I pick it up, and I carefully divide my sachet of Suda into 3 parts, 3 thirds. And I'm going to snort 1/3 of it.
Okay. The large brass dragon that has currently been heading at the
He can
the,
watch.
the end of at the end of the
They
dragon.
can watch. They can.
At the end of the tunnel, Devosa. They've slowly brought down to their hands and knees after traveling through and kind of scoping out the interior of the lair. Approaches you as you're pulling out your stash, and Gilmore Kimo approaching as well. What have you there?
I've had not a great day, Devosa. Thank you for coming, for answering our call. I just need a second to myself, if you don't mind.
Isn't Pike still down there?
Technically, Pike would still be down there with you.
Maybe just turn a wing.
They give a curious glance as Gilmore kind of walks up, brushes her back, which catches your eye interesting. There is like a glowing rune of some kind in the center of Gilmore's forehead. As he kind of brushes the hair out of the way, and he goes, "If the man wants some privacy, give him some privacy. I just want to ask you a few questions. It's not very often I get to talk to Jamon." And Gilmore kind of walks up as the dragon sits back up and puts out a claw and kind of lifts Gilmore into his claw. And they both begin having a conversation back and forth, which at this point, Pike is also curious, begins to pay attention, and kind of settles up next to you as you begin to goes,
Are they talking in their language, the Marquette language, or?
if you want to listen in?
No, I'm just curious.
Marquesian, and yes, they are.
Exciting.
But if as you begin to kind of taking out, you're getting ready to go ahead and snort one portion.
1/3.
1/3 of your suit. Pike approaches from behind and kind of claps her gauntlet onto your shoulder and says, "Scanlan, you okay?"
Oh yeah, I just this is some healing herbs that I got.
Okay. Well, I'm trained in medicinal applications if you need my help.
I put it away.
She looks over towards Kima, and Kima is now kind of approaching the rest of you guys and walking into the lair, and they're feeling out the vicinity to see if the lair actions have come to a halt and made it safe. And so Pike begins shouting out orders like, "All right, we have to make a perimeter. Make sure there's no other exits. Make sure there's nothing else waiting for us in this cavern. Can't believe I'm giving orders to a dragon. You, dragon! Help us do a perimeter, please!" And kind of interrupting the conversation between Devosa and Gilmore, the brass dragon turns the head down. "Well, if you insist, small one," sets Gilmore back down onto the center of the lair floor, and they just begin to walk perimeter as Pike joins up. And you are still left alone in the tunnel, should you be so inclined.
All right, I'll whip it out again.
Make an intelligence check, if you don't mind. Just add your intelligence modifier.
Oh, not good.
Wow.
You're gonna put it in your butt.
6.
6.
We'll call this episode
6 total?
Okay. This looks exactly like the kind of substance you should be snorting for use. So you take a little bit of the suit.
It's hard to say.
And this particular suit, taking a close look at it, the grains of it is like a vine, almost like a brown sugar type texture to it.
yeah, sure.
And it is a dark brown color to it. It looks like a crystallized dirt almost. And you kind of like take the segment. Look, it burns. It burns. Oh man, does it burn? It burns a lot. And you're like, oh.
No effect.
It burns. That's an effect.
Okay. I take out the flute. I pack some in the front of it.
This is how you treat relics that were gifted to you by the leader of a foreign nation, by turning the expended energy into a makeshift pipe.
I'm taking another third and I'm packing it in the front of the flute.
Please OD.
Wow.
Okay.
Free basin, some.
I will. I will
cantrip under the flute on the end.
I will dip a torch into a bit of lava to light it. And I am going to bong rip from this ancient brass flute.
Alrighty. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Constitution saving.
Constitution saving.
Constitution side.
Constitution saving throw.
Not good.
No. 8. Roll 1d4.
Here we go. Here we go.
Himself again.
3.
As you inhale deeply, as opposed to the burning sensation from when you decided to snort the granules, the smoke and mist that emerges as it fills your lungs actually has a very fine herbal taste to it almost, and it is warm, and there's a head rush immediately that hits you. You feel for a moment your vision kind of crystallize and clarify. All of a sudden, all the colors become briefly brighter, and you feel this slight pulse of energy whenever you cast a spell. Like the fingers kind of warm at the tips, and you feel the immediate need to just practice something. Right before your vision gets blurry and dark. As yeah, that's it. The rest of you guys come walking down the tunnel, being careful, weapons out, but talking and kind of getting up to speed with what's transpired. You look in the distance, you can see within the layer, and you're seeing this. It's a down a decline into this large, heavy tunnel that is just made of volcanic rock and blackened stone, and with occasional cracks of melting rock that are just spilling through in these small orange glowing pockets into this large central underground cavern that has an entire pool of molten rock that is kind of spiraling through portions of the floor. There is a large brass dragon just casually strolling around the opposite side, huge, gargantuan in size, strolling on, and a few other humanoid individuals, and you guys watch as a singular male gnome ally is face down on the ground, not moving.
Oh, there was no one even in here.
Can I run up to him?
Yeah.
Scanlan? Smack him a couple times. Does he wake up?
No.
Can I roll him
I'll
over?
probably get over there pretty quick too. Not that I don't think that these guys can take care of their own wounded, but
Yeah.
yeah.
So you rush up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have both of you make a medicine check right now.
Oh my god.
Great time for a personal crisis. Great time.
And I'll do anything
Only-
for Sue.
Only
That's kind
8.
of his turn.
I've got,
Yeah, to be fair.
but I've got a cure wounds potion I can a cure wounds spell I can use.
Oh, what'd you roll your medicine check?
8.
8.
Not great. Like, is he gushing blood?
No, there is no blood from his wounds.
Do I know what that
Well,
smell is?
What'd you roll for your medicine check?
Not worth speaking of. Like
Okay.
6.
Okay. So you're not sure exactly. I mean, you do smell the strange kind of herbal, almost like an incense scent that is centered around his area, and he is breathing.
Oh.
But he is not conscious.
I checked for poison.
Can I do a nature check to see if I recognize the scent?
Sure, make a nature check.
I'm gonna cast.
I'll join you on
cast
that
cure
nature
wounds on him
check.
just to
And I'm
try
just
it.
shouting out Pike's name. Yeah.
Ooh, I rolled a natural 19.
Okay.
So that's 29. No, 30 total.
Okay. Best that you can make it. Strangely enough, the scent is medicinal almost, but it's also synthetic in a way that's not natural. This, whatever the smell is, it's not a natural incense.
It was laced.
You want to check to see if the pipe's still packed?
Yeah, are there any signs around Scanlan as
Well, yeah, there is the tarnished brass flute that was gifted to him by the leader of the foreign city of Ankarel that is currently tarnished by the use of its magic, and it is jammed packed with a black, ashy, crystalline substance with a trail of smoke that is kind of lazily drizzling off the tip.
What did Jamon do to him?
Well, regardless of what's going on, you healed 13 points.
Oh, that's nice.
Okay, I pick up the pipe since I recognize that's where the scent is coming from. Can I like do an investigation check
Can
or
I
something? I don't
smack him
know.
across the face as hard as I can?
You can.
Now that I just
I
healed
also
him.
have
See if
like,
I can put together
detect
what's going
poison.
on.
This obviously, if he's not gushing
That's
blood,
awful.
there's
Not
some
bad.
sort of poison going
Okay,
on.
so
Having any sort of dream, Matt?
no darkness. You you utilize detect poison, and you don't sense anything that is clarified toxin to the point where it would register as a poison. So at least you're calm. You're calm to know that there isn't something coursing through his system right now that is in danger of killing him.
Okay.
15.
15 on investigation.
Yeah.
Yeah, he smoked something out of this.
Guys, I feel like this was a classic Scanlan. In terms of choices, I don't think anyone did
the
this.
flute. I don't understand.
I'm gonna start kind of like can I start seeing if I can find whatever he put in this pipe?
Make an investigation check as you start rummaging through his stuff.
11.
All right, you're pulling through pockets. He has a lot more pockets than you'd expect.
Oh, can I do an investigation check? Because I'm good at hiding things on my person.
Hey, Vex, I think he did something. I think he tried something. Look and see if you can find what he might have put in this pipe.
Okay.
So they're starting to go through rummage through his pockets. Make an investigation check. What'd you get here, Vex?
God damn it, I'm rolling like shit! 10.
Okay, you both start pulling through the pockets before Scanlan.
I have a porn book that they might find in there.
And you do. You find a fantastic small pocket-sized tome that manages to contain a lot of very, very detailed pieces of artwork about male and female anatomy.
I'll take that.
I take the pipe.
All right.
I'm
Okay.
holding on. Sorry.
And
The flute.
you watch as Scanlan begins to shift and his eyes begin to flutter open, and you come back to consciousness with a mild headache, with all of your friends gathered around, and Keyleth and Vax with their hands in your pockets.
I'm Vex.
Vax.
Hi.
Get your hands out of my pockets.
What
You
the
like
fuck
it.
did you do?
Wait, first. Are you real?
No.
Is this a hallucination?
Yep.
Yes.
Scanlan, why would you be asking if this is a hallucination? Just curious.
We've had a very rough day. How do I feel, Matt?
I mean, you feel like there was something to the rush, but your body rejected it.
Rejected it. Interesting.
Are you tired? You were asleep when we found you.
Face down.
I was shaken by today's events, and there was a lair action that knocked me unconscious.
Holy shit.
What's a lair action?
I mean, there was a trap set by Thordak previously to his death that knocked me unconscious.
What was
What's
it
in
like?
this
Like a-
flute,
like
you
a
piece
bear
of shit?
trap, or-
What's in the flute?
Herbs, give it to me.
No.
No, you're too short, you can't even reach.
I would do it.
Ah, God. Angry T-Rex.
Can I do an insight check on him?
Sure.
He's like,
Scanlan, make a deception check.
32.
What'd you get, Keyleth?
22.
Legitimately, like, oh, I guess a misunderstanding.
I'm shaken, guys. I'm sorry. I'm not myself. I'm
what
just.
was it like poison gas or like lava or did a rock fall on your head?
I appreciate your concern, but
Yeah.
what the fuck, Vax? Why did you just charge in after Raishan like that? See how I did that?
This is the best thing ever.
Next time, will you please tell us?
There wasn't a lot of time there,
She was
Scanlan.
casting. She was reaching for whatever it is she's been angling for months.
Well, you
And I'm
almost
not
got
gonna
me fucking killed, all right?
Actually, you did get killed.
You died.
Yeah.
So did I. Death.
That's even worse than
What
almost
did you
being
think
killed.
we were? I reach out and I do this thing to his eye, like that. Someone's eye. What did you think we were coming here to do? We're here to the fucking world is on fire.
Yeah, but we're your backup. You don't go in without your backup. You've done this so many times at this point. You got to wait for your backup to go.
I do
Listen,
think-
I will do anything that you want me to do. I will kill Care, right? Hi, Care, by the way. I will kill him dead right now if you tell me to. That's how much you are my brother. But you need to trust us and tell us what you're doing. Care, no offense.
None taken.
I hear what you're saying. She was reaching for whatever power she has been working toward, and I wasn't going to freely let her take it. And you weren't there. Fate didn't place you there. And when we ran in that cave, you were 10 seconds behind me.
I have little legs.
Listen. We failed.
I know.
Hard. It doesn't mean it was wrong to try.
That's true. Man, we really did fail, though.
If not now, when? If not us, who?
Well, it's not now, so when?
And it is us.
And
so
what?
And I'm not calling this a failure.
you're not calling this a failure.
I am not calling this a failure.
Well, it is.
We bought time.
No, yeah, we shit the bed on
No,
that.
but
It was a
truly,
complete
here's the
failure.
thing.
2 dragons.
I
If
also
if she had succeeded, if we hadn't attacked her when we did, and she had succeeded in whatever she's about to do with Thordak, you know, we probably would have had to fight a much more powerful Raishan or Thordak again, or whatever the
We
fuck
don't
she's
know
doing.
what it was.
Yep.
And I wasn't about to stand back and listen to her Scooby-Doo monologue. I wanted to put an end to it.
What's Scooby-Doo?
Don't know. Folks,
It's an
tale.
island
should read
far
more.
away in the next campaign.
Listen, I get it. I know why you acted, and I probably would have done the same thing had I been closer, but just next time, give us some sort of a heads up, all right? We have a code word and everything.
Holy shit, I'm throwing a dagger!
Jenga, I think it's Jenga.
It doesn't apply to this situation. I'm sorry, you weren't there. She was moving. The only thing I regret is that she got away. I'm sorry, Scanlan.
I'm sorry, too.
I reach out and I pick him up by the scruff and I walk off to a far end of the cave, away from everybody else. I shove him down in a corner. Sit still, don't say anything. Really, don't say anything. It's going to take a minute. And I start to unbuckle armor.
Oh no.
Shush, I start to unbuckle armor. It takes a while, as we learn with that fucking wolf.
Yeah.
And I reach down into my back.
As you're in the middle
Yeah.
of unbuckling,
Yeah.
Kima has kind of approached from the side of the wall and goes like, "What it?
Sup, girl?"
You know what? Keep going." And she kind of just leans back and crosses her arms with her sword sheathed behind her back, and there's a little part of her looking at you, Scanlan, as this is happening that says very silently, "Remember that phantom dick circumstance that happened back in the Underdark?
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna enjoy watching this." With her eyes.
Reach, and I pull out a piece of paper. Yeah? I shove it into your chest. That was for if I died. If you're gonna die, don't do it with a fucking flute up your ass, all right? I storm off.
I have a piece of paper. Can I read it? Does it exist?
Yeah. Yeah.
What is it?
Well, it's a critical role sticker.
You want me to pull it up?
Vinyl stick.
Vinyl sticker.
Pardon me while I pull up the actual information that this has.
While you're pulling that up, is there anything shiny in the cave that I could walk towards? Because I'm bored.
Oh my god, if I roll poorly on a perception check for loot, I'm gonna be so sad.
All right, let me pull up.
All this like lava and gold. It's got to be gold, right? Platinum.
Melted together in big hunks.
Yeah, like cheese if we're lucky. What? You don't dream of cheese in your treasure?
That's not what she means when she says cheddar.
Oh. What? I cannot keep up.
Is it a text or an email? I didn't have
Says
it at the ready.
very short. It says you were right.
To me. All right. I just fold it up and put it in one of my pockets that seem to have been messed with. I'll just sit there and think for a while.
Okay.
As Vex walks back, I kind of pull him aside and I say, you ran in after me. Is this partially on me as well. Us, all of us, I guess.
We're not mercenaries. We didn't come here looking for a fight we knew would be easy to win. We do what we have to do. When we landed on the shores at Glint Shore, we fought, we kept going because it's what needed to be done.
Care. I tried to be the hammer that you said I needed to be, and I don't know.
I know. Oh, I might not be great at writing letters. This is not my.
I don't know. That was a pretty great letter.
You don't need to be anything. And you certainly don't need to be anything other than what you are. But he has a good point. I mean, in situations like this, you do what you have to do. Everyone does what they can do, and you can't do anymore.
I feel like I focus so much on just my want for revenge and justice against Raishan that I made it so personal that I forgot that this isn't about me. It's ultimately not about any of us. There's something so much bigger going on here, and maybe my onus and guilt was in some way selfish. I don't know.
Well, congratulations, you're a person like the rest of us. No, I mean, no offense, but we all do it. And if you think it was wrong, then you can do it a little different next time.
I admire your wisdom.
No.
I do.
No. Don't do that.
Would you be willing to lend at least a little bit of your knowledge to help us maybe find Raishan?
If for what it's worth, it seems like you won, you didn't win, you failed, someone was killed, but they're lost?
That was a pretty good summary, actually. Yeah.
Killed one dragon, picked a fight with another. That
Got our
didn't-
asses kicked.
Didn't go as well as the first, and the second made off with the first.
Sounds like you maybe got sandbagged a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's always the worst.
Yeah.
And you can't expect to win that fight.
She knew far more about us the whole time than we ever knew about her. And that's still the case.
Almost did.
I see that you're alive.
Yes.
And if you get caught unawares by a dragon who has been gathering intelligence on you and you walk away, that is not nothing.
She downright ran.
She did.
I thought she teleported.
I'll miss you.
Where am I going?
As this conversation's happening, in the intensity of the emotions, you notice that Gilmore, Kima, and Devosa, the brass dragon, are all just kind of sitting watching. Devosa has their hands kind of clasped in front with their jaw resting on the end, just kind of watching, and the dragon's voice kind of billows up forth. The drama of such short lives. It's heartwarming for us who don't get a chance to see it often enough. It's lonely in the tower.
You know you can come down and join us whenever you'd like.
I appreciate the offer. However, the longer I'm away from my city, the more in danger I leave it. I have many enemies, as does Ankarel. And I can guarantee you, the moment that I absconded with your magic to aid you, that's the opening they've been waiting for. So, I have to return to my city and my people. But I believe Our debt is collected. Your victory against Thordak, complete from where I once left it. I wish you luck.
Would you like... You lent me this symbol, this necklace. Necklace? Symbol. Would you like it back?
The large brass dragon face kind of shifts down right up to you, and the immensity at distance is already intimidating, but when the front of the snarling jaws, the immensity of the nostrils flare right at the presence of a gnome-sized individual, you've grown up fighting the sensation of feeling small in comparison to the world around you. You feel truly small, this close to the front of the dragon's maw. The teeth curl into a grin, and the voice kind of billows out like a slow rolling landslide into your face with the warmth of its breath. Nah, keep it.
Jamon.
And just steps over and starts making its way up the hall of the cavern towards the district.
Before you leave, if you were fighting a green dragon named the Deceased Deceiver who wanted ultimate power over her domain, where would you start?
In my opinion, entities that are this intelligent, you never want to wait for them to fight on their terms.
Good answer.
And the slow rolling impacts of the dragon's feet grow quieter and quieter before you hear eventually the wings lifting up, and you see as a cloud of smoke and ash kind of pulls forth into the tunnel, showing the liftoff as you can only ascertain. Jamon Saord, leader of Ankarel, the brass dragon, begins flight back towards their home.
Oh shit, did Jamon fly here that entire way?
No, I don't think so.
No, there was no flash.
Maybe.
I was joking. I was joking.
As terrible as this day has been, there is some gold at the end of the tunnel.
Which is probably rigged to explode.
I think it's well.
Want to go check it
I
out?
kind of feel like we should, heal up a bit. I've been here before, and it didn't go so well.
Yeah, how knocked about are they? I mean, obviously singes and abrasions and,
Like, really,
and weariness,
really
but like
knocked to
everybody
shit.
is.
Raise your hand if you have
3%.
less than 30 hit points.
I'm at 30.
Oh, I could probably take out the whole group.
Wow, that would be a
Plot
twist.
twist!
Oh my god, are you Raishan?
Thriller.
I was sent here by acquisitions.
Assassination mission!
You
I love it.
sons of bitches. Next time you pay your protection money.
Just like us to do this. We trust everybody. God, we're idiots.
Oh shit.
The last thing you hear is the laughter of a one-armed man in the distance echoing.
Rhoda, assume, Rothfuss, never ends.
But no, if people are that bad, like, how are you? You're obviously like it's gonna be like, are you like visibly like knocked about? I saw
I mean,
you.
she's
Kind of fell in a pit of lava.
she's
so
basically
I kinda
black
like it.
cinder right now.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's
Like,
face planted into lava.
She's burned. She's burned.
I'm like, do you really want to go looking for gold right now? Because you, would you like to come over here and sit down? I can take a look at.
As they discuss, can I just walk toward the
That.
pile of
Cash, how low are you on healing? Can you heal us?
Cash
you
and,
just-
and Zara, who are kind of just sitting off the edge of the cavern, kind of taking a breather. We got a little bit, I guess. Zara, by the way, is like healed to full.
gold? Of course.
Yeah.
Keyleth just bursts into tears. It's just,
Oh,
I'm so tired. I'm so tired.
I'll kind of usher her off a little bit, wherever like is a little less in the middle of everything. And I've got my little pack, and we can lay down the blanket, and she needs to get some of these charred, smoldering clothes off of her, and so I can look at these burns and start,
I nudge Vax. I think that guy's putting moves on your woman. Okay.
Super worried.
As this happens,
I do the same to Care. I just lay on his.
Cash kind of walks up and slaps you on your shoulder, Vex, and with a kind of a jolt, and you heal 14 hit points to this. Cure wounds level 2, but as a bit of a jolt through your body.
It's good. It's good. Thank you.
You're welcome. He turns back around and walks back to Zara.
And I just kind of do the slow talk, well, kind of like, it's like, oh, this isn't as bad as it looks at first, and because this was the old thing that I did in town for years. Somebody would come to me hurt, and I'd be like, oh, it's like nobody knew who I was in town for 20 years, so I do the gentlest, least obtrusive laying on of hands, where it's like, oh, this probably stung like the Dickens. But, look at this. It's just rubbing. This is just.
Oh,
this
you
is
skinned your
mostly
knee.
just
Let me blow on
ashes,
that.
see?
Why am I so cold?
But thank you.
Go.
I heal Vax 12 points while I'm hugging
I
him.
take a little potion.
I try and clear my guns in the hopes that they're actually going to work all right.
How bad are you?
So
I'm at 30.
proficiency?
So down, like you could soak up another 30, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Yay!
I have a
motherfuckers.
118 max.
Oh,
So
Just a flesh
I
wound.
can soak up.
then yeah, actually soak up a full 35. I can do that.
Whoa.
There you go.
Are we calling this a short rest? Is that what's happening right
is that
now?
what's happening? A short rest before we
Are
go
we
into
having
the
Can we
like
do
some
this?
sort of
To you guys.
spontaneous short rest?
If you would like to take a short rest.
Oh my
Kind
god.
of chill.
Short rest.
I got 16 hit dice, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna burn a few hit dice as well on top
All
of
right,
that.
so
There is a
Two
full-blown
hit dice.
war happening up on.
Oh shit, that's true.
Yeah, we just fought 2 dragons. They can handle this.
Okay.
Okay, so you're all taking a short rest before you, or are you going to the gold, not taking a short
Gold.
rest? Okay, so as
join
y'all
you in a
take a moment.
There's
to
a
kind
lot of talking happening. I just wandered off.
Okay, yeah. So as you guys begin to take the rest, tend to your wounds, take a breather, and begin to mentally prepare yourself for whatever the next stage of your journey is, Grog, you step out into the cavern, now without the red in your eyes that normally calls to combat, where your focus is on what you can hurt and kill as soon as possible. Now it's what you can loot and keep as soon as possible.
Yeah.
And make an investigation check.
Okay. Gonna be high. Oh! 17 plus minus 2. 15.
15. Doesn't matter too much. As you walk in and begin taking in the surroundings, you can see there are edges of the cavern that are just crammed with gold and platinum and art fixtures and vases and gold and brass and silver keepsakes and knickknacks and decorations. You can see chains and candelabras. You can see all sorts. It looks like, and you kind of, some of you glean this as you went in here, this is more wealth than you've ever seen in your entire life. This is probably a majority of the wealth of Amon that has been slowly brought to Thordak and forced into his lair as part of the tyranny that he took over the city. So all the money here is been amassed from the guilds, from the villagers and the townsfolk, from the temples, from the shops, from the cloud top. This is the economy of Iman crammed into, or at least a majority of it, into a singular cavern.
I feel overwhelmed by the sheer amount of stuff. Are there any, like, unique-looking knickknacks, or really lovely or dangerous-looking weapons that grab my eye? Because it's just a lot of shit.
Well, as based on your investigation check, which was a 15,
Yeah.
you do find a couple of fun things. You find a
I love it when he reaches for stuff.
I know.
You find a somewhat familiar looking metallic rod, about that long, cylindrical. Looks to have a couple of small, almost like ring divots on it. You're pretty sure you have one of these.
Immovable rod.
What?
A movable rod.
Yeah.
Who has ours?
I think I have it.
You've seen it?
Why don't we use that more?
Oh, no.
Happy to meet.
It's not the same
Two
thing.
is awesome. You can do cool tricks.
No, thi-
Oh yeah. You could be like climbing.
this is different.
What?
This is a movable rod.
Oh, it's a movable one,
Yeah.
not an immovable one.
Which means it's just a rod.
It's just a rod, basically.
It's just a shake weight. It's a shake weight. It can't stop moving.
Oh my
It
gosh.
just has-
Only Dungeons and Dragons.
I would hope so.
Mind you, that fighter's forearms look amazing.
Yeah.
So you pick that up, and you start glancing through, and you're just kind of pushing through some of the art objects. A large painting that's standing there just kind of breaks in half.
If there's a vase, I will totally smash that.
You smashed a few vases, actually.
good.
It's pretty
Ironically,
great.
there are 2 gold coins inside.
Yeah. You also do see to the side what looks to be a wooden box about that big that is latched shut, but has beautiful engraving all across it, and what looks to be almost like gold leaf with little gems of blue and red kind of put towards the corners. It's a really beautiful looking artisan gold, wooden box about that big. And then there is a large, looks like a beautiful tapestry that is rolled up and bound.
Okay, that's boring. The box, does it look like it's simple to open?
You pick it up and look at it. It has a little latch on it.
What would
Make an intelligence check.
that guy that's always sneaking around do? Intelligence check 2 minus, 2. Okay, so 0.
0. You shake it. There's something inside, rattles around. It's got a little heft to it.
Oh boy.
You look at it. You try and pry open the side. Nothing.
Even with the Titan Stone knuckles, they doesn't open.
You want to use your strength? Go ahead and roll a strength check.
Yeah.
Force it open.
You're gonna break a wonderful item.
Damn it. 11.
11. Okay.
That was a low roll.
You and the wooden case just breaks in half, and as it does, you see what looks to be a small leather sleeve, similar shape, kind of and land.
I'll go get it.
Pick it up, and it's a leather pouch. It has a little top that's buttoned shut, and looks like there's something inside, almost like cards.
No.
Open the sleeve, the leather sleeve.
What are you gonna pull out?
Well, I just want to open it.
Okay, you open it, and you can see inside what looks to be about 13 cards, like tarot-looking cards. The cards, yeah.
No.
Do they smell like anything?
It's okay.
They smell clean and fresh.
Okay.
Can't read.
How far away is the lava?
Maybe from where you are right now, in this portion, I'd say 25 feet.
Who the hell uses
No,
cards?
Travis!
What?
What are you even doing?
I'm going through the loot. You all are fucking healing and shit. I'm trying to find something useful
Did
here.
you find anything useful?
Laura Bailey manifests it.
It's like the devil on her broad shoulders, Laura Bailey.
A heart plays.
No, as you guys have been resting, to be fair, as you're all sitting there in the tunnel kind of talking, you hear in the distance occasionally, ting, 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 ting. You look in the distance and you see Grog just like rummaging through the loot and throwing
Pretty
shit.
much.
What are you doing?
Well, I'm trying to find stuff. There's a giant rolled up carpet over here.
A carpet?
Well, yeah, I mean, some people call it a telepathy or whatever.
I go over to Grog. What do you have in your hand?
I don't know. It looks like a bunch of cards.
Can I see them?
No, they're mine. I found them. You have all of this stuff to choose from. Have at it.
What's that tapestry he's talking about?
The tapestry that's bound up?
Yeah.
Go make an investigation check.
I'm gonna start wandering into this mess. This is exciting.
Okay.
Okay, that's good. That's good. 24.
Okay. As you quickly go over, you find and there are a number of what look to be types of decoration, wall tapestries, and things like. There's one that Grog caught that is a very, very fine material. It looks like it's probably expensive made, like a very deep dyed navy blue silk with what looks to be a very, very light tan pattern across it. As you unravel it, it's roughly 6 foot by 9 foot. And it rolls out in front of you.
Do you fly? Fly. Try to fly right now. Go up in the air.
No.
Did you just spit on it?
Well, that's my code word for my flying broom.
It's draconic for fly. Which sounds like.
Naturally.
What do you want to do? Do you want to spend some time with the tapestry?
No, I'm gonna roll it up and save it for later and look around for other cool stuff.
Okay, so you grab the tapestry and roll it up and toss it to the side.
There's really no way around this. I've got to pull the card out of the leather sleeve, right?
Sorry,
You
gonna take this fucking tapestry? You
Yeah.
look around the
All
room.
right, so you pull one card out?
Yeah, I'll pull one card out, but I want to pull the one in the middle because I remember magicians being like, choose a card, any card.
Travis, you could destroy the world.
Just so excited.
I mean,
Like, you
on
could kill
any
us all
day,
right
but
now,
you're
couldn't
lucky I'm really in
I don't know
control.
what can come out of that thing, but like really bad
Anything,
things can come out.
Okay.
What
I'm
is
going
it?
to
I
ask
don't
you
even
the
know what
crew
it
real
is.
fast. Ryan, do we have a deck of cards anywhere?
Jesus Christ.
What is this?
I
Just
probably.
regular playing cards.
I'm going to look for some.
Is it fair to say that everyone knows what this is but me?
I don't know.
Sam doesn't know.
Really?
Oh, of course.
I've heard bad. Oh God, there's cards right there. They had them right there.
Thank you.
Scanlan doesn't know what this
my
is.
God.
Do you know what this is?
Yes.
Laura, do you know?
I know it can be really bad.
Patrick, do you know what this is?
Didn't they pull this out during one of the
It
one of
could
the
be-
charity
games?
streams?
Yeah.
Amazing and great, or it could be
I love it. I
destructive.
I'm
love it.
feeling amazing and great
I
right now.
think so too.
Yeah.
I'm so glad we got a short rest,
Oh
guys.
God.
I'm so glad we got a short
Aren't you
rest.
glad you're here?
Okay.
So I would.
could just
There's
pull one
nothing
that's
I'd
close
rather
to
be
them.
here
Just gonna-
for.
Oh, really? Just straight up?
Alrighty,
We
so.
have these things left, and I'm gonna take them.
I was there for the end of Critical Role.
I'm sweating harder than the dragonfly
To
right
be
now.
honest, though, I'm not going to open it and just be like, close
Be
it.
patient here for a second, folks, as I have to pull out the proper deck here so I know exactly what's going to go. As Travis is now
said he was
currently
never gonna do
pulling
this already.
Well, I don't
a
even know what
card
it is. I
from
genuinely
some
don't know
sort of
what
Maybe he
enchanted
really
deck.
wants us to
die?
It's called an
Maybe
enchanted
he's
deck?
over us.
If he wins, he could win big.
Is there a name for it, whatever this is?
Oh, yes.
What's the name?
Idiocy.
After you, yes. We'll tell you later.
Soon
We're trying not
everyone
to
will
metagame
learn.
here, man.
We're all out of character.
I
telling
genuinely
you.
am only doing this because I don't know what the hell it is.
You
There
are
you
playing
go.
just
Perfect.
love
It's
you right now.
perfect.
This is
It could not be better. Although honestly, they'll like into the lava would also
Would have
been
also been
perfect.
amazing as well.
Yeah.
Right.
But
Would that have activated all of them? And then
Don't
I
know.
don't know.
Destroy. It's hard to. You can't really destroy magical items, though, right?
no, they would have just put them in.
They would
in
kind
rock.
of floated.
oh, they're magic.
in my rush to get everything ready, I did not.
How dare you?
You didn't think any of us would be
You're
this
not
crazy to
prepared.
actually activate.
Well, there was that too, but you know, I learn lessons the hard way sometimes.
If Travis
Don't
gets
we
a hold
all?
of it,
Not ready for esports, Matt.
I hate you so much.
Not ready for.
I am
Okay.
so excited.
oh God, I'm
think-
terrified.
Oh, and
I don't know
there
what
is
all the things
Joker.
are. That
I
it
don't think
can
I would
do.
have the guts to do it. I think
wouldn't.
because I would know. I would not have the guts. I couldn't.
Because you
even-
know what it is.
I couldn't metagame.
Well, there's like 13
I couldn't
cards. How bad
unmetagame
could
around
be?
it. I
What's the
couldn't metagame
percentage of
around
bad
here.
cards to good cards?
Probably not.
It's mostly
Probably
bad.
like 5%.
It's mostly bad.
Do you
Really?
know? You
All right,
know.
Grog.
You know all
Yeah.
of the cards.
But the goods are amazing.
Okay, here we
I'm
go.
gonna
Shuffle these here for a minute.
Oh God! Oh God! Oh my God! What if we're all about to die, like
Well,
right
okay,
now?
hang on.
Because it could be world ending, right? It could just.
You don't know.
You could
Yes.
just.
I'm with
You don't know.
Kara in the hall, right?
Yeah. You guys are all just resting and
I'm still resting.
Vax is
in the hall.
asleep.
I'm
I'm
checking to
standing next
see
to
if
Grog.
there's any more in the flute that didn't get burned.
Now's the time.
No.
Smoke him if you got him.
Literally. No, as you check the flute, the what you put in the flute has been expended. Yes.
You've still got one.
There's no way.
I think
right,
this
so-
one of these cards could end our game.
I want you to just pull one of these cards, turn them all around.
Best soothing.
Shuffle a
It's
bit.
gonna be fine.
How many pulls do I get?
You say you're just pulling one card, so you pull one card.
What's really amazing is that your
Only
voice
Travis.
has
Travis
stuck
is the
All
only
right.
one.
What's it
Or
say?
maybe
You have
Sam.
this conviction to your
No,
voice.
you
that's just-
show me what it is.
I believe you.
I'm very calming.
Yeah, I believe.
All right, good to
everything
know.
you say.
Ah, good to know.
Good to know you all died.
It's a giant.
I don't. No, don't look
Is
at the
it-
screen.
but-
Don't look at the screen. That's not going to make anyone feel better.
Please be a cool item. Please be a cool item.
No whammies, no
Matt's
whammies.
50
face.
gold, 50
Matt's
50,000 gold.
face.
No whammies, no whammies.
Okay.
He's turning more pages. Why? Why more pages?
I am
all the
actually
loot, just
sweating.
all
It should only be on one page. Why would it need to be on multiple pages?
It is the most powerful thing.
It's a centerfold.
The most powerful thing in the book.
Okay, hold on. I have to go back here for a
Why are
second.
there more pages, Matt?
You'll find out. You'll find out.
Yeah.
Why would you give me that?
Matt's got the same question.
After the break, we're gonna...
chastity belts.
Look, man. The last thing I expected was Grog to be the first to loot for magical items and roll a decent investigation check. And yet, here you are, discovering this deck. All right, so with this,
Put that.
you pull the card out, and it looks like this beautiful tarot-like design of what looks like a metallic key that is currently held aloft in space behind what looks like almost like the stars converging into some sort of a pattern in the night sky.
That's good. Stars are nice.
At this point,
Orion wouldn't fuck us.
nope.
The
You
constellation.
That's not a sword on his belt.
There is. As you pull the card and look at it, the card bursts into flames,
Oh, that's fine.
and you feel the slight tingling in the hand that held the card. Suddenly, you watch as there is a flash of light within your grasp, and what looks to be something extending from where the card once was. You immediately feel something steel in your hand, and as you clutch your fingers instinctually around it to try and crush whatever it is, you look and watch as this beautiful-looking scimitar-like blade is now in your grasp.
Whoa.
It's beautifully made, an ornate hilt and handguard, and it has like a chain dangling from the bottom of the pommel that has looks like a small blue gem. It's a beautiful looking piece of weaponry, and as you kind of whip it back and forth, it's perfectly balanced.
Does it make any
How did you
noise
do
like when I
that?
swing it?
A card turned into a sword?
We should pull the other cards
Just
to see
think,
what swords they'll
You
make.
could do that 12 more times.
I am apparently the most powerful sorcerer that has ever lived.
This is a deck of weapon cards.
I mean, seriously, though.
Well, I have to hit something with it.
We'll go hit something.
Is there like a tall statue around or anything?
There's
Broken
half
I mean,
eggs.
you can see there are a few marble busts and things that have been collected from the more
Marble bust is
erudite-
good. That's
Yeah.
perfect.
Please don't decimate the antiquities.
Can I pick it up?
Okay. Okay. There we go.
Lob it?
Grog, also don't forget this is property of a mom.
It just broke because you distracted me.
Oh, God.
I gotta go find another bus. Is there another?
There are a few, yeah.
Thank God there's another.
And you do recognize some of these used to exist in the Alabaster Lyceum. These are actually busts of old heralded
people?
teachers
Yeah.
within the arcane halls of the
Oh,
Lyceum.
They wrote on stuff, right?
Yeah.
Okay, then nobody cares what they look like. Cool. Take it, lob it in the air, big swing.
Make an attack roll.
Okay. Can I make this a reckless attack?
You can. 'Cause
Is it a strength or dex weapon?
it's a strength weapon.
27.
27. Roll damage. It is considered a scimitar,
Okay.
Scimitar.
so it's a D8, I believe.
It's considered a scimitar.
But really,
Looks
But really,
exactly like
a scimitar.
it's a meal.
Yeah.
It's actually pronounced.
Oh, so yeah, just pure damage with.
Scimitar.
With it on
Kind
a
of doing it off with
Yummy.
a blood
Yummy.
axe, so like 16. No necrotic, no.
No
enlarged.
magical bonus on it.
Just
It's
16.
16? Okay. And with your gauntlets, you have siege, which means you do double damage against objects and structures.
Oh,
So as you take the sword back, you strike the edge of this bust and watch it just turn to gravel and dust. It just shatters and explodes out the side with one singular swing, and you watch as the small chunks of rock that still somewhat resemble any sort of sculptured structure go scattering across the black, lava and magma encrusted darkened floor of the cavern. Blade is untouched.
it is really well balanced, that is, and I just hold it up to my ear.
A moment passes. A second moment passes.
We're good.
Yeah.
We're totally good.
It's a cool weapon.
It is, yeah. And I stealthily try to pocket the other cards.
What are you doing?
But
What are you doing?
I haven't showered in a few days, and my
Make a
moment is.
sleight of hand check, Grog.
Shit, it's a natural one!
You watch as Grog so discreetly takes the cards and just kind of throws them.
No, what I'm
They
gonna
go,
do.
somehow throws them closer to you, and in between him and you guys, trying to hide them, and just go.
I picked them up.
Does anyone know what these are?
Grog just made a sword out of one of these cards. Do we know what this is?
They only activate under my magical touch.
I'm gonna look at it and just see if I happen to know anything about it.
Roll an Arcana check.
I don't know anything about it.
I may take
I
a look.
rolled a 12. Do I know anything about it?
They're apparently magical.
23.
23. You, being a studious child and reading many things, you have heard rumors, you have heard myths, you have heard legends of glory and woe based around an artifact referred to as the Deck of Many Things.
I start to open it up and.
No. Oh,
I think these make weapons.
They
They
can make
this.
a lot of things.
Can they make bad things?
They can make a lot of bad things.
And do you know what activates them? Just looking at a card?
If I recall, it doesn't take much. Let's
I just shut the little case and stuff it in my.
Let's keep it.
Well, look,
I was going to say, let's
obviously.
put it somewhere no one will ever find it, but that will be fine for now.
Vex, may I? Actually, I found
Thank
that.
you.
Yeah, Grog, that's
Someone will
sweet.
find it there.
But I don't. I want to hold on to it. It's mine.
No.
You will
You can keep all the other gold.
Yeah, no, I don't trust you with it.
Making a request, if anything.
Why not?
Because you do stupid things.
Look what I made.
You made a beautiful sword, and I'm proud of you.
Yeah, I'm sure it's like reactivates user, and I have
Maybe
a
there's
golden
another
heart.
set in here. We should find it.
And
oh
then
my
you
God.
can have it.
No,
Oh,
if you find
gee.
another set, you can have it.
That's a bad deal too.
I go to look for another deck of many things and nothing else.
For all the gold that is in this cavern, none of it has any luster or shine to you as you are singularly focused on finding another one of these deck of cards. You are throwing handfuls of platinum over your shoulder.
Garbage.
Garbage. Nothing.
Filth. Life has no luster to it anymore. You wretched.
All right, so continuing off of your investigation check.
What a heart attack.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you do have the Deck of Many Things, which has now 12 cards in it.
Oh my God.
I'm going to hand that to...
Next time I go to
Laura.
that casino, I'm taking that with me.
You have that tapestry. You have you find what looks to be a pair of very fine crafted dark green leather boots that have almost like a silver or platinum scrolling along the edges of the leather, almost like leaves and branches that tangle in towards the front of the foot.
Do they look elvish?
It looks elvish in design, and you find what looks to be a very, very well-crafted warhammer. It has its shape and its design is, and only because you've seen this type of bow before, it appears to be dwarven in make. And it has a series of runes and glyphs along the sides of the warhammer head itself that seem to give you the sense that this is a very expensive, or at least a very, very elegantly crafted weapon.
Okay. Sweet. I can't. Can I see if they're magic? I can't. Can I?
I mean, you can take the rest of your short rest with one of the objects to see if you can ascertain any sort of magic or information about it.
I'm gonna do that on the tapestry.
Okay.
Fly for me.
All right. Rest of you guys do anything else for your short rest? Just healing up?
Healing up, fixing my guns, and
Okay.
then sort of trying to navigate some of this crazy in here, and then eventually looking around the cavern to see
Okay.
if there's anything.
So has everyone spent their hit dice? What are we at hit point totals here?
68.
Oh, I got 1 or 2.
79.
I think you're still full
99.
99.
100.
I didn't roll any because I was looking for
That's
another
true.
deck of many things.
That's true.
90.
Yeah, 90? Okay. At the end of the short rest, Vex, you've taken the time with the tapestry, looking at it. Its design kind of hurts your heart a little bit because it reminds you of the flying carpet that you once had, and you're like hoping and praying. And as as you're concentrating on it and hoping that something comes to you, you're like, fly, go, traverse, carry. You're just throwing all these words out, and as you're just getting more and more exhausted, and the rest of your party kind of look over with this like, oh, give it up, girl type of look, and shaking their head. Sudden hit of inspiration hits your mind and clarifies the word lift. You say lift, and the tapestry goes.
Shut the fucking. You guys.
What?
The irony is
It's a flying telepathy.
Lift higher. I am in love.
Amazing!
Another flying carpet.
Oh, you guys, this is
I
wonderful.
legitimately think this is the one she tried to replace the one we stole. Just stole her carpet again. It's her other carpet.
Oh shit.
She collects magical cards.
Well, she only ever needs one. We just keep taking
it.
How much does it say? How much weight it can hold? Can it?
800.
800 pounds. We
How
can
big
carry
is
more
Grog?
than the last one.
How big is Grog?
Is it a bigger
Pretty big.
tapestry?
This is
800
the
pounds
XL.
big?
It's 6 by 9.
Like 300.
So this is like
you
the
can go
California
hit
King
things.
version.
Bigger than the one you had before, yeah.
It's a California King version.
Grog can get on that and go hit things.
Yeah, flying speed of 30. I can run faster than
Can
that.
you
but you can
can you
get
be like a
up.
silver surfer thing?
Yeah.
What's my carrying capacity on my broom?
No,
I should probably know this.
Your broom can carry. It can carry 400 pounds at a flying speed of 30.
Oh, good. So,
Oh, sorry. It can carry 400 pounds, but its flying speed becomes 30 while carrying over 200 pounds.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, this is amazing.
That's a good find.
That's a very useful
Some good
find.
stuff. Some good stuff.
Bex, does it look like our old carpet?
I mean, it looks similar. It's a little bigger.
Yeah. Does it look like they were maybe in the same family?
Definitely, Keelan.
Yeah.
Hey, look
We
at these
should name them.
boots. I throw them down to you. They look kind of druidish.
They do look druidish.
True.
Do they look druidish?
Roll an Arcana check.
Okay. I'm not good at this. 5. Total.
They look pretty.
These are so pretty.
I think the color looks nice. It would look good with your dress.
Okay, I'll look at these later.
Okay. They're nicer than the boots you have on.
Ooh, that's a diss on your boots, dog.
I know.
Well.
They don't necessarily match the ensemble per se,
I mean,
but they're
your
nice
boots are
boots.
kind of fried, you know, a little crusty.
Yeah, they got the soles are a little melted now.
You got burnt.
I mean, basically,
Yeah,
Keelan has been naked this whole time because all her clothes would have burned off in lava.
This is the magical world of fantasy in which characters don't suddenly lose all their clothing or facial hair or body hair because of magical spells.
All right, sure, whatever.
So that sounds like that Japanese RPG we
Unless you
did.
don't.
Don't talk about that.
I'm sure there are RPGs out there that let you do that.
Yeah,
I'm sure
definitely.
Limitations of Flame Princess will let you do that. I think there's actually some Exalted expansions that let you do that. Not this game. The fan artists take care of that for us.
And with that, yeah, I'd love to take a look around the room, see if anything catches my eye.
I think Keela's hair would probably be shorter now again, thanks to the fire again.
Yeah.
Maybe the light black to red
Sure.
gradation.
Can I fly up on the carpet and see if anyone catches my eye from above?
No, just like
Sure.
Not 11.
You jump on the carpet and get an
person.
aerial view, and as you get up towards the top of the cavern.
Not that I
look
couldn't have
over.
done that on my broom, but I feel a little safer because there's stuff all around me right now.
Yeah, it's a nice big square patches
Yeah.
for you.
I'm gonna lay down and
Is there room for your broom on your carpet?
yes.
I'm gonna run on up there and get a vantage point from the because I still have some spider walk. So
You do,
I'm gonna
yeah.
Hop on
up
over,
there.
pass.
So you watch as Percy kind of walks up, upside down from on the cavern, and kind of gets a similar perspective as you. Make a investigation check.
Come on.
Not great.
That's no. I
That's
can't
real
pretend.
bad.
I can't pretend that
That's
that can't-
real bad.
pretty bad.
where am I even bothering? 6.
Yeah. In all the time you spent here, most anything that catches your eye beyond just value, you've managed to scavenge and glean from the horde. Everything else seems to be just collections of expensive or valuable knickknacks, collectibles, museum pieces, silverware, furniture, art pieces, gem collections, and then gold, silver, platinum. It's you knowing good amounts of money. you can't even fathom the scope of this. Like, this is
Vex, you're drooling.
millions of gold pieces.
It's a lot.
I feel like this is like too much for anyone.
No, it is. We need to return this to the people of Amon. I mean, that's where this money came from.
Yeah, but how do we do that? Like,
Yeah.
Do you see anything from Grey Skull in there?
Oh, do I see anything from our keep?
Nothing that stands out or you would recognize.
Not that I can see.
All right.
No, we'll take a tithing for ourselves to help rebuild, and then everything we're going to have to post guards, and someone's going to have to take charge of all this, put it to use rebuilding the city, make sure that the antiquities get back to the proper owners, and that the money is used to just rebuild everything.
People will have to put in papers with the council.
Yeah, I was gonna say people are gonna have to pull papers.
I think they're probably not going to get the money back, but they're at least going to get the
something.
Should we reward Care? Care, do you want some of this bling?
Actually, Care, after you're okay and kind of up and about yourself, probably very casually, like, kind of wanders around, and, like, when he gets to the jewelry and the gems, like, very matter-of-factly fills up a sack.
Very matter-of-factly.
Awesome.
You know, like, and no, like, oh, I feel a little awkward about this, just like, this is really not my first rodeo, and money.
You work for that.
And money does some. This is more than they can carry, and I have some uses for this money.
Yeah.
I did give 20 pounds of gems when we were down in the city of Braz. Maybe I can find some more gems.
Okay, yeah.
No, we are taking our tithing. We are taking
Okay.
it. We have work that needs to be done.
How much are you taking? I mean, it's your choice, really, at this point. How much do you want to, and how much can you carry?
Can't
Do you feel
carry
comfortable
Not a ton.
doing?
We do have a lot of we do have a lot of money right now.
We're going to be rebuilding. We need gems and platinum. Let's not take anything that isn't gems and platinum, and let's not take a ton of it. No.
What about like big diamonds or rubies for like important spells and
A
stuff?
few of those would be good.
Yeah.
Gems, yeah. Gems for heroes' feasts are always good.
Oh yeah, smart.
We did
Thanks.
burn a bunch of them for this.
Smart, Grog.
I pass out from the smartness.
As Grog falls asleep, cuddling with the gold coins and like a slow rolling Scrooge McDuck. Vex, you do find with 80 of your friends too, there are 2 diamonds roughly worth about 1,000 gold pieces that you can put off to the side as component. You do find gems, but really, I mean, how much do you want to take? Really, this isn't how much did you find. There's enough here to take pretty much anything you can carry. There's no way you can carry even but a fraction of this. So, what do you want to take?
So like,
Platinum is worth 10 gold.
yeah, so like.
I'm
we
taking
have-
200 platinum for myself.
Okay.
I think I would actually honestly say at least 1,000 platinum in general, just for general use for the group,
Yeah.
and then 10 of each gem that we can find.
1,000 platinum for the group then.
Sure.
Okay.
That seems reasonable.
Yeah, totally.
We're also going to need to put somebody in charge of all this.
Yes. Someone trustworthy.
Oh, we know you have things to do.
The guilt of it.
Oh, it's fine. I see Care hesitate, and I bend down and I pick up like a handful of gold and say,
It's more like am I going to be in charge of another city? Is
No,
the
no.
fear.
Not unless you want to be.
It's but no, I grab mostly like not big gems, nothing flashy, but
a
light,
little bit of
portable,
gold.
and stuff that can be converted into cash. Like I've got troops who are going to and a city back home. And, yeah.
And you did come here, so
Vex,
Yeah.
there are 7. There are 7 of us.
Yeah.
Maybe we should take a bit more.
I'm taking a little bit of gold for myself just because I'm low.
Yeah.
How
if
much?
you guys want to grab stuff yourself.
this was just a.
Kima's abstained, by the way. Kima's not taking anything. While Gilmore is currently filling up a small satch and it's like, have to rebuild somewhere. Shoveling in small amounts, but not too much. Bless you.
Same.
Yeah. I'll take. This is so hard.
I'm taking 184 gold pieces.
Good job, Rob.
Nice, Grog.
I'm just going to put 500 gold pieces.
He thinks that's $1 million.
That's what I did with 500.
500 gold pieces.
Like the kid.
Myself.
Yeah, I'm just
Jelly
gonna
beans in a
take
jar.
50 platinum, so it's lighter.
Just pretty.
Okay.
We're going to have to seal this cave for now.
Why? The city is secured.
The city is secure. The city is about to become a riot once they finish getting
And
everything out
looters
of
will
here.
come down here and take far more than we did.
No. Really?
Wait a second.
Really.
Don't we owe the clasp half of this?
We owe the clasp half of our loot.
What does that mean?
But
If
that's
we don't
our
take-
loot, not the
Yes.
city's.
If we don't take as much, then we don't give them as much.
I don't think they would view it that way.
That's the deal they made. This is not our loot. We just looted.
It's not our money. Simon's.
The clasp should be aware of that. As
I
you
think
once
we're
said.
going to make an enemy out of them by doing
We
this.
already
I think we're
have.
going to keep an enemy out of them. Is really far more likely.
Plus, how do we even know who we told? It could have been two underlings. Nobody would believe what they said anyway.
Sure would be a gesture in the right direction, though.
Well, I'm sure we can still throw them a little bit of platinum, but. I mean,
Well,
Percy,
what,
you.
5,000? Is that what you're saying? Half of what we take? How does this work? That's nothing to them. We promised them untold
We
riches.
took 1,000 platinum for ourselves. If we took another 1,000 and gave it to the clasp, that's a lot of money.
How about we don't give them anything and we just let them know that it's clear to come down here and do with it as they will?
They'll take everything.
I'll take everything.
I don't know if they'll take everything, actually.
Well, Percy, you once said that every good city needs a good underbelly.
It's true.
So,
You said
I
that?
imagine that the underbelly would also have invested interest in having a good city. I imagine it works both ways,
I'm
right?
so proud of you right now.
Yeah,
Wow, that was
thank
tough.
you.
Oh my god.
I'm learning from you, just like a little, where
I'm
it's
so
appropriate.
sorry, but I'm so proud.
Only where it's appropriate.
So what is it? We hand deliver it, or we just let them know it's clear to come down?
Hand deliver. We don't want them coming here at all.
I agree.
They're
It's
gonna
more
come here,
personal.
though.
You write the limerick, and we give them 2 platinum. What was the number you said?
That too is what I said.
That
yes.
one.
Send them an envelope with half of the deck in it.
It just turns into swords. I don't
How
see
are
why
you
it's
the
such a big deal.
coolest human I've... Oh my.
But
That's amazing.
I don't know what the deck can do. Could it cause the entire city to crumble?
Yeah, that's
Potentially.
Or can you them all going?
Ooh.
That I do not know.
We could give them the deck.
Vax just woke up.
Hi, Vax. Welcome back.
So what? 5,000 platinum?
5,000 platinum.
Five, that. Where are you coming up with these numbers?
No,
from?
you
I'm
just
just
literally said a
thinking
different
just
number
saying
every
numbers
time.
every time.
We could give them like 3 pizza platinum. It doesn't really matter to me. I just want to go.
Hey, big man.
Yeah.
That's a nice sword. Where'd you get that? In the
Right.
pile?
I took out a card of this little pouch and it turned into this thing.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, it was like a little card in like a leather pouch, and then Vex took it from me.
We have
'Cause
to give
apparently I
them
make too
something
many
big.
weapons.
That hardly seems
If
fair.
we want them to be our allies and not hate us and try to kill us, we have to give them a good amount of money.
We
What, the clasp?
Yes.
What are
I
we talking
think
about payment?
We give them
Yes.
1,000 platinum and say that's half of what we took.
Oh, they're a crime syndicate. They're going to laugh at that.
I agree.
And they know when someone's running a game on them.
Right.
But we didn't take any more. That's our loot.
It's
It's
still.
not how they're going to see this.
Yeah. That's a letter of the law argument. They're going to want to go spirit.
We also just saved their city from utter destruction.
I know,
And
but
like, honestly, are we going to stay around and really regulate what happens here? We're not, right? We got shit to do.
I would honestly say, and I cannot believe that I'm agreeing to this, but I think just if we run into them, we let them know that the dragon's dead and that that's where it is.
I'm with Percy.
They're not going to bankrupt the city. It's not in the best interest.
No.
They're going to take a look at it and they're going to get what they can carry.
So we're turning over the city and the city's treasury to a bunch of thieves.
We wouldn't have
Turned
gotten
over the
in
city
here
to a
without
bunch of
them.
thieves. They've basically been running the place for the past.
Do I know? I mean, how small town am I? Do I know about these folks?
You've never dealt with them directly, other than scaring off a couple of younger cutthroats you caught in like an alleyway here or there. But you're aware of the clasp. The clasp, while largely centered in Amman, is a syndicate that is across all of Taldore and has some hand in every village, no matter how small.
Right.
Maybe we let them know that it's there, but that the guards are coming. They won't have a lot of time.
Why don't we just hand this over to someone else and let them handle it?
If you hand it over to someone else and send them a letter, it will take a while to get there.
The clasp? They're
No.
down the hallway.
Oh. Which one?
Over yonder.
They're probably
They're
a
in
bit
the
busy. at the
sewers
moment,
1,000 meters from here.
Oh.
Regardless, I agree with Grog. We have more important things to worry about right now.
I'm running for office.
T-shirt. Regardless, I agree with Grog.
Things never been said before.
Is there any of the people collected, the generals or whatever, have you worked with them as well?
The clasp? Or the...
No, the former leaders of this city, any of the people that you
We don't
The
even-
military, we
there.
could put them in charge of this.
There's not really any military of
Well,
like,
there's a,
all,
there's a
all
visiting
militaries.
Yeah, we could put them in charge of it, at least temporarily. They can be trusted.
Can they?
Kima,
They're these
do you feel like
brother and sister team.
keeping an eye on a small group of soldiers from Singorn, protecting this? Few days.
Could probably run it. I'd probably have to go and check in with Allie. I'm sure she'd be interested in knowing about this. As she's, part of the council.
Right, we need to tell her.
We have assume. I mean, we still have a number of standing council members, and there's a few we still haven't accounted for.
This
Put
is
them in
your
charge.
home. It's
That
our
would be
home,
better
really.
because at
My
the
home
moment
is
I would
Western, to be honest, but I've kind of taken this as a second home.
far more stories of
Leave it to
treasures
Kima and
being
Allura.
looted by foreign
Honestly, we need to get to
military
Whitestone.
might than
Speaking
by-
of,
Yeah, don't we need to like give
Criminal
a
enterprise.
hand and plant it under a tree or something like that?
yes. Yes.
Yeah, and
Forgot about that.
we have a hand.
We have a hand.
We have ashes to bury in Vasselheim.
We have a lot to do.
We have to find out where the fuck Raishan is. Can we see if maybe she went to Whitestone and the whole city is decimated?
No, the
I can try and
long gone.
scry with the scrying eye, but
Yes.
that's it.
If you,
How about we go to
Yes.
Whitestone and then scry?
Well, we won't need to if we're there.
Oh.
Yeah.
Just find out if it's all right.
Let's crawl upstairs. Let's keep some people on this, Kima, and we'll crawl upstairs.
I can try and scry on right. Did I find a little, like a scale of hers, by the way, Orny, in the record?
Glancing about, roll an investigation check, specifically looking for the scale, as opposed to looking for other things throughout the room.
That's crap.
That's-
No. That's better.
That's slightly better. 10 total.
10 total. It takes you about 10 minutes, and because the shifting low light in here, the rocky formations of the ground itself, you're having a hard time finding any scales of Raishans.
Just anything.
You have
blood.
to. It takes you about 15 to 20 minutes before you actually find a small cluster from one of the wounds left behind by Grog.
Yeah, well, I'll do it, yeah.
I'm gonna grab the bag of colding and take samples of the dragon eggs that we cracked, the fluid, the bodies that are like I'm just putting the whole thing in there.
All right.
We need that.
They intend? What? They took the body.
Raishan?
she, no, she's been playing us for a long time. We were in a loose agreement with her to get to today, and we've never felt like she's told us the whole picture. We have watched her gas scores of people in front of us. She's killed many of your friends, people. She's not good. But no, we don't ultimately know what her next move is.
I can try and scry on her, and maybe get lucky, or I can try and scry on Whitestone. The problem is that she's smart, so even if I try and scry on her, there's a possibility that she'll resist it.
She's exhausted still, I would assume.
She did burn all of her legendary resistance, didn't she?
She did.
And she's probably been running.
What could it hurt?
I'm gonna try and scry on Raishan.
Okay, casting the spell.
Scrying eye.
Scrying eye. Okay, so we're using the items DC, not your spell DC.
I guess so, but I don't know if you ever put the scrying eye
DC.
DC on here doesn't have a DC.
It doesn't? Then we'll use your spell DC. That's fine. Okay, so as you guys begin situating, Kima walks up to the surface. Gilmore's still kind of rummaging through and trying to find some interesting things. And there's a few moments where you hear Gilmore across the room be like, "Huh, this is mine." And he's starting to find things left over from his destroyed shop that have been scavenged by looters and brought back to Thordak as, paying homage to their new ruler. Kima begins to head up, and you can hear now people have begun to gather en masse into the cloud top. It sounds like the rest of your soldiers, along with Zarek Shaw walking up with her, begin to organize and find whoever has been fighting through the city and figuring out one to set up a perimeter to defend the center, which essentially the entire economy of the city lies underground. You begin to pull out the scrying eye and set up the small space for the ritual. You concentrate on it and kind of thrust your vision towards the center of the artifact. What's the spell DC?
My spell save DC is 20.
All right. So as you focus, you feel your vision kind of lift up into the dark clouds as the storm is drifting southeast of the city towards where the Wyvern Riders have been escaping. Into the clouds in the dark, the moisture, the rain, you feel the humidity almost oppressive against you, and then you feel your essence being tugged, being pulled rapidly in a direction. Amidst the cloud, you don't know which direction it is, but it's pulled you quickly, and suddenly you emerge from the clouds and you're over ocean. Over ocean, you see in the distance just open waves, no signs of land, just water, and then a singular island, isolated, distant, far from everything. Your vision suddenly jumps, scats upright to the outside of this cavern opening. You see, skips, I meant to say, but I figured nothing escapes Laura's mind. She is our resident 13-year-old.
It was actually him. It was him that time.
You're twins, it's fine.
Poopy.
Yeah. Yes. Skips ahead to the exterior of some sort of a mountain-based cavern that dips deep into the ground in the center of this very, very thick jungle-like terrain. You can see portions of the cavern here have been ruined and broken down, and there appears to be some sort of geothermal activity in the vicinity. Your vision skips again, and you can see a deep series of winding caverns that lead to what looks to be like a stone, a very, very old stone laboratory. You see cages, you see wooden furniture, you see what look to be portions of bookshelves that are toppled over. And out of the blurry peripheral of this one focal point where the spell has taken you, you can see what looks to be, just out of sight, a large, deep red crimson mass that is just resting still. You also see what appear to be, to your other peripheral, two ovoid-like red shapes that are kind of resting in the edge. And there, at one of the bookshelves, you see a woman with long, dark green hair, wounded and bleeding, currently pulling books out of the shelf and opening them and looking through and slamming it closed and throwing it down and pulling another book and going through. The vision recedes and your eyes blink and come back to you, and you're back in the cavern of the lair.
She's not in Whitestone.
She was looking for
She's
the
not
third
with
book
them.
of the trilogy of Patrick Rothfuss. It's just, it couldn't be found anywhere. Why can't I find this fucking book?
And with that, we'll take our break. Restroom break.
Tolkien.
Oh, man.
All right, we'll be back here in a few minutes. We're going to take a quick restroom break and a snack break. We'll see you guys here shortly. Stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Critical Role.
It's a bottle of bread.
Well done, Liam. Well done.
More there.
So welcome back. Jumping back into our adventure. So as the armies begin to filter in, word begins to spread throughout the city that every fire giant that stood beneath Thordak in the city has been slain. A multitude of the lizard folk that were under Thordak and the Conclave's barrier have also been slain or have fled the city. The storm of the Ashari has wandered and dissipated as the immediate threat of the Wyvern Riding Horde has fled towards the Stormcrest Mountains to the southeast and are now out of sight. The armies have converged and have begun searching for survivors and putting them under their care. Members of the Clasp have begun to rise up and meet with the remaining armies in discussions of how to bring most of the survivors out, as the Clasp has actually been, as they discussed before, taking many of the survivors that aren't already bound to Thordak and keeping them underground and kind of building small underground tent cities for them to live in while they try and figure out what to do. It's very interesting with those of you who've lived in Amman for enough time to see so many different people and so many different racial backgrounds and so many different cultural decrees all coming to one point and all working together so quickly and so strongly just for the sake of recovery for aid. And there is an air of relief. Some people are gathering the dead and identifying them, bringing them out into portions of the streets to make sure that they are properly buried and the families are given notification. You can see a lot of the fires are being put out and people are doing the best they can to salvage as much of the city that still stands. And a lot of the city still stands untouched. I'd say a good third of it is going to need some serious restructuring and rebuilding. And being one of the largest, if not the largest city on the continent, it's going to take some time. You guys have begun to speak with the War Master as he approaches with his army and kind of trade stories on what has transpired on their end and yours. And as this is happening, a familiar face steps into the district with a small group of cloaked figures. Standing before you, see a tall, scaled female dragonborn, tailless, armored, Topher Bratoris, looking harried and exhausted. She steps up and you see what looks to be the cusp of a toothy grin at the edge of her mouth as she catches your attention, raises one hand. You have no idea how happy I am to see that you all live. So, if I'm to be told you are the ones that took down the Cinder King?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Us, and with the aid of many others, of course.
And this is indeed the turning point. Do you have access to any of the members of the council? We've been cut off in the Lyceum for months.
Aye.
Alora is safe in Whitestone currently. We can say Whitestone
We can say
now,
Whitestone
right?
now.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, we can.
She's safe in Whitestone.
Whitestone. Sorry, we're not saying it?
Whitestone.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're good.
It's kind of nice saying it again.
Emperor Uriel's wife and children are on Whitestone as well.
This is good to know. I was worried about them after the initial attack. Okay. All right.
Hasum should still be here as well, right?
Back in Whitestone as well. I
Also
believe.
back in Whitestone?
Whitestone.
Yeah.
I think. Wait, Raishan was supposed to take Assume somewhere. Did that ever happen?
Tadasun came down
Yeah.
to the Ziggurat. No.
Yeah, she
Oh, yeah,
sounds
yeah,
right,
yeah,
sounds
yeah,
back
yeah,
to us,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Or right, Raishan brought Hasum back to us.
Yeah, that.
Sound
Yeah.
of confidence.
It's like a month ago.
Very well. With the War Master's aid and any of you who are able to, we'll begin to do the best we can to restructure some semblance of law and order here within the city.
And Kima's in there. She's kind of guarding the treasury, if you will.
Solo.
Solo. By yourself.
We were hoping to peel off some of the troops, maybe some of Singorn's troops, to help keep an eye on things in there.
Well, Master, could you make that happen? And you see Mikhail Daxio, who is currently in the midst of giving orders to a few of the soldiers, kind of puts his hand and walks over.
I'm sorry, what?
Mikhail, if you would be able to offer some aid or strength of your troops to guard what remains of the city's economy. And Mikhail nods. Should not be a worry. Of course, I'll... And he begins to talk with Tofor and then begin to break down the structure as to how many people are going to go here and there. So the longer this progresses, the more it gets into more logistical conversations. What do you guys want to do?
I filled him in on what I saw in scrying. More importantly, what this means is that she is on this plane of existence. I can't scry.
Oh, right.
She's on another plane, so she's here.
Do you know where that island is?
I could attempt to think really hard about it. I could attempt to think.
Scrying doesn't give any direction.
The Marisha race.
No. No. I mean,
It's the name
even the
of my
visuals I'm
island.
giving from a narrative standpoint are like a little more than the spell should, but it's for fun.
Can I do like a roll to see if
Make
maybe
an
I know?
intelligence check.
Oh, jeez.
Oh boy.
Thanks for your vote of confidence, Sam.
No, I'm.
That's not good.
Confidence
That's
for the
not
dice.
good.
For the dice.
This is your fault. It's a 5 total.
Yeah, it is.
Oh.
Wait, no. Just a straight intelligence
Yep,
check?
intelligence modifier.
Yeah, fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you, for lack of a better term, are the homeschooled one of the bunch, and you only recently left the before meeting the rest of these adventurers, left Zephyra to go and see what the world was about. So unfortunately, you don't have as much worldly experience as other people in your team would. So the visuals you have clear in your mind, you have no personal life experience or any place that you've seen that you can connect the dots to.
I turn to Pike and tell her of the island and ask if she has encountered anything like this in her travels.
She closes her eyes for a second and kind of winces a little bit. Her tongue kind of peeks out the side of her mouth for a second. No. Wide ocean, you said, right?
Big, nothing but ocean except for that one singular island. It looked like there was geothermal activity going on, so it must be near volcano or something like that.
Most of my sailing was done in the Osmit Sea, and
Nothing like that?
nothing that I've seen.
All right.
Sorry.
It's okay, Pikey.
I'll throw a Hail Mary. Like, how wide-ranging was I back in the day when I was doing this for my career?
Yeah.
You sound familiar to me?
Roll an intelligence check.
You weren't breaking
Come on.
Here. Natural 20!
18?
18 plus your
something?
intelligence modifier.
18. No negative modifiers.
That's good. Must be nice.
Roll a 0 today, kids. 0.
As Keyleth is going over the description again, you're thinking about it, and you did a bit of sailing. Sailing in the Lucidian Ocean is difficult. That's why Wildmount.
You're right there.
Take it outside, Liam.
Don't die.
I pulled the wrong card from the deck.
The glass of many drinks. You've done a bit of sailing out of necessity, and the Lucidian Ocean is known for being the more treacherous of the large bodies of water, which is why between Wildmount and the other continents, there isn't a whole lot of trade, or the trade that's out there is generally considered very expensive and for rarer items and resources. What catches your mind is the idea of geothermal activity, and while you haven't specifically been to a place like that, the islands that usually contain that type of sub-volcanic activity to expel that type of region-based terrain, those usually are in the southern region south of Taldore, away more like southern Osmit Sea, close but not specifically the Hesped archipelago, but somewhere in that similar type of region.
Hesped Archipelago?
I believe it's
Archipelago?
I'm gonna throw every dice at you, Travis.
Southern Osmit Sea.
This lair did not seem to be the bookish sort of lair, like the sort of dragon who collects a lot of lore and would have like stuff like that. No,
Not this one. Not this. The Thorak in particular. What's been interesting too, and as people have been discussing it here, once a very intelligent and cunning red dragon. You don't know the full details of it, but there was something about his return to this realm after being sealed on the fire elemental plane. His return involved harboring an enchanted gem within his chest that kind of held and carried the essence of the fire plane with him, and the longer it resided within Thordak, it caused him to mutate and swell into this like primordial beast dragon, but it also drove him insane.
Okay.
And so everything you've seen in the layer seems to be a natural chaotic formation of a more feral type dragon mentality than what you've heard of in your travels.
Right. The only other thing I can think of from what you described is if she was there and this place was obviously in ruin and abandoned, and she was tossing it looking for information. It wasn't hers, but it's abandoned. The only thing I can think of that she would want would be some sort of lore or magic, which means this is the lab of someone powerful, which means those people show up in stories. And so that might be a way to find out where this is. In this area, if you find out who was doing terrible things, because you said cages, right?
Yes.
Nothing good comes from cages. So whoever was doing terrible things in that area,
Maybe a necromancer of some sort?
well, if she stole a dead dragon,
All right.
Can I make a lore roll for
very
Bookie
smart.
McBookerson?
Make a history check.
Natural 20.
Oh,
So with my history, that's a 29.
Literally was like, if he's gonna pick this up, he better roll a natural. Okay.
He's just gonna hand me your notebook, and I can just read. Sorry.
No.
Well done, man.
Holy shit! Holy shit!
I knew there was one in there somewhere.
Oh my god, you just saved us a trip to the library.
Hey,
Don't say that yet.
We're doing, I was about to say, no, we're going to the library. You can use these places or they've disappeared.
You have always had a mild fascination with macabre, and since the Age of Arcanum was also referred to as the Age of Wanton Necromancy, because at the time there was no law against it. While necromancy exists in modern day Taldore, more so in Wildmount, but it's generally heavily regulated. There are very few necromancers that weren't sanctioned or part of a government system so that it could be very closely watched, and any sort of research or development could be made sure that it didn't turn into the usual classic, my power's greater than everything, I'm gonna go off and do my own thing. The den that she's describing is very much that type of a necromancer. And there are only a handful that catch your attention. One is an entity that you're very familiar with. That is what was once a great mage, necromancer that began to pursue ascension to goddom, known as the Whispered One, or a very familiar name of Vecna. However, the acknowledgement of Vecna's history was heavily tied into Wildmount, and what little bit of research you've done into the back history of the Briarwoods says that wherever Vecna's old, forgotten laboratory was, it most likely existed on the continent of Wildmount. The only other individual you can think of that is known historically was an individual known as Opash. Opash was a sanctioned necromancer during the Age of Arcanum on the continent of Marquette. And then after being discovered to be delving into his own experimentations, largely in the idea of crafting and sculpting flesh, and undead flesh into whatever form it wishes, as well as the prolonging of life to pursue this endeavor, was set to be executed through some very, very clever conversations and favors that were owed to Opash. It was agreed instead to just banish the necromancer out to sea.
Oh, well, that could be it,
Wait,
too.
what was that last part? That was sounded really important. Banished the necromancer to sea.
Banished out to sea.
Agreed.
That's our Hitler.
Who was banished to sea?
Opash.
So those are two different stories, two different...
Yes.
Those are the only two, like, famous
Crazy.
necromancers that...
Are a sea.
Brilliant.
You guys, you're all... We have such smart friends. Oh my
gosh.
goodness.
We need to, in theory, find the last resting place of Opash.
Well, you know, we have
Can't be hotter than killing a red dragon.
a paladin of the Raven Queen, and from what I remember, the Raven Queen hates necromancers.
Hates necromancy. Vecna is one of her sworn enemies.
Maybe she knows. Maybe you could talk to her.
We can do that back at Whitestone.
What
You have
do
a temper,
I know
Sina.
about the Raven Queen?
Oh.
Because
By the by.
that one's new to me.
So yes, it catches your attention. The Raven Queen, the mother of ravens, is a fairly prominent member of the pantheon of Exandria, the entire world. Once immortal, ascended to take on the mantle of death and winter as her domains of influence. She presides not over the afterlife, but the moment in transition from life to death.
Oh.
She is the keeper of fate and keeps watch over the destinies of those who walk the prime and beyond planes, and occasionally takes interest in those that tend to bend the threads around them. You know, resurrection, healing magic, things that maintain life naturally, or a natural life per se, are not infractions upon her belief, as destiny is stronger, and if an entity is meant to live to fulfill its destiny, then that is how it's meant to be. It's the creatures that pervert destiny, creatures that bypass the natural predestined end, and essentially, you know, balk what in her sphere says is supposed to be your way, your path, your timeline. Those are her fervent enemies. Largely feared because of what she represents, largely misunderstood because of what she represents. Generally, worship of the Raven Queen is pretty rare from the circles you've run into. You've generally walked in a lot of, especially in recent years, more, for lack of a better term, not urban,
Suburban.
Rural.
thank you. So more rural environments, Raven Queen worship is acknowledged, but generally there's no temples to her.
Right. Okay.
God, I love the notion of like cornfield Raven Queen.
That's so creepy.
I'm down for that.
Oh, don't worry. You'll
Harvest
get to Wildmount.
Sure.
You get to Wildmount
I'm
eventually.
saying, I'm sure they're out
Harvest is good
there.
this year. Good harvest.
You know, Raishan did say, I mean, I know she's prone to lying, but she did say she was from Wildmount. That's where she wanted to go back to, she said.
We have two very clean paths.
Maybe she's studying necromancy. Maybe she's been studying Vecna. Maybe she's been studying
Maybe
Opash.
she's been studying a lot of things, but one of them would probably be how to resurrect a red dragon.
And she's also very familiar with, I'm sure, whatever the Briarwoods were doing, and with whatever the ziggurat is in the bottom of Whitestone that we still don't know what it's
She
technically
knows.
for.
She knows what it is.
I bet she does.
She knows what the orb of death is.
Is Gilmore still around?
Gilmore is. Gilmore is kind of listening to the conversation while finishing closing off the satchels that he's filled with coin, and is currently kind of thinking to himself with his, fingers crossed, his chin kind of perched upon his hands, himself trying to see if there's anything he knows out of the conversation. You do notice also at this point there's a very faint glowing glyph on his forehead.
Yeah.
What is that?
Yeah.
Do you see that?
Yeah. What's going on there?
What's
on your face?
Gilmore,
Yes?
You got a little something.
You always look dashing, but you have a new added dashing feature to your forehead right now.
Gold, right up.
Oh, and he kind of waves a hand briefly, and it kind of fades back into his skin, and it's like there's no glow there. He goes, just a thing.
Oh, that seems fine. Okay.
Magic?
No, seriously,
Hopefully
though.
a good thing.
Everyone has their magical specialties. I carry power in my bloodline.
What power?
He kind of looks back because there's people kind of in the vicinity, and he kind
Just
of
mouth it, I can read lips.
kind of comes and goes, I'm what they refer to as a rune child.
What's that mean?
You don't know.
I know. What's it mean?
Make a history check.
Okay. Oh no, I don't know.
You don't know
It's a
shit.
one.
No idea.
You know less than me.
What's a child?
What's a child?
What's a rune?
Who are you? Who am I?
They were all womb childs, really. In the movie.
I got a new weapon down in the lair. Can you identify this?
I can.
Or
Yeah.
just take a look at it, yeah.
So I've got a few low-level spells still available. Certainly. Ooh, this is quite a fancy endeavor.
Right, it's really pretty.
It's not just pretty. It'll perform for you. This, my friend, is a dancing sword.
A dancing sword.
Oh, what? How do you make it work?
I'll throw it on the
Just-
ground.
I start
Dance.
playing Diddy.
Okay, what do you do, Grog?
I threw it on the ground. I throw it on the ground. I don't need your dancing.
My weapon's not a sword.
Duh.
I'm not part of your feudal system.
Yeah.
All right, so you just throw the sword on the ground.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's gonna kill me.
Clang-a-lang-a-lang.
Here we go. The sword goes cling, cling. The music's playing. The sword just stays there.
I don't think that's
Play
how it
better.
works, Grog. Hold it.
Dancing sword.
Hold it in your hand.
Feudal.
I feel more by Scatlin's tunes and I go over and I pick up the sword and then
Maybe it has to lead, Grog.
I don't know.
Ba, ba, ba. I know this much is true.
As Grog slowly rotates, caressing the back of this ornate scimitar, the music emanating from Scanlan's fantastic sham. A number of the nearby military begin to slowly turn and just kind of cock their heads and watch as an unexpected display presents itself amongst the cloud top ruins.
Perverts.
Gilmore leans in. You might want to spend some time with it first.
Oh, we have to
I don't think it trusts you yet.
Yeah, but
Dinner.
it's very sharp.
take it. Sit down and compliment it a lot.
I think you have to hang out in the shitter with it for a while.
All right. Shoulda, compliments, take it to dinner.
Conjure some wine in your jug.
Oh, good call.
For it or for me?
Both.
Okay.
Once it likes you, it'll tell you a magic word. Use the word, and that sword fights on its own.
On its own.
Really?
Like a Warner Brothers cartoon.
So you can fight, he can fight, and he can fight with another thing? Oh! You should give him Scanlan.
What?
I'm sorry.
She forgets herself sometimes. It's all right, Raishan. Thank you, Gilmore.
Of course. Anything else you need?
Back to the rune child thing.
Yes.
What's that about?
What's a
You
rune
did?
child,
Did
Sean?
you?
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to tell us if you don't want to, but please.
Well, I just. It's it's a natural thing that some people are born with. It's a gift. It's
Like scoliosis?
adjacent.
That means
But
I
no,
had it.
it's there aren't many of us, and let's just say in times past we were rune children were sought after. Not always by the best of intentions.
Oh,
So I'd like to keep this information.
Sure.
of course.
That's all right.
Oh.
Was that a problem even in Amon, or just where you hail from?
Another thread we need to deal with. at
Oh,
some
it
point.
it pervaded the entire Age of Arcana, but it's not that it's just not well understood, and just please.
Your word is safe with us because I don't know what you're talking about.
That's why I like it, Grog. The details go nowhere.
Gilmore, in your time
Yes.
in growing up on Marquette, did you ever hear any tale of someone named Opesh?
Opash.
Opash?
Opash.
Terrible
necromancer?
necromancer.
But don't tell him.
Can't say I have. I'm sorry. I wasn't really a history buff.
Sure.
Sorry.
Damn, I bet Shimon would have known.
We have to go back anyway.
We have a hand to deliver.
We do. We have many things. If anything else, the next order of business is to make a list.
That's what I'm doing.
I'm not actually going to build a list. We're just going to make it. Yeah. Saw that in her eye.
How much longer do you think Raishan will stay there?
Until
Especially if she's not finding what she's looking for.
Not long.
I think it'll be a base of operations. That's what I would do. If I thought that I was going to be safe somewhere, I would stay there and simply hunt out, much as we did with Whitestone. Safe until it's
Do
not.
you think she knew you were scrying on her?
She didn't seem to notice.
That's
a lot of times you can kind of tell.
Yeah.
And
She seemed distracted.
All right.
She's been beaten pretty badly.
Yeah.
We should get to Whitestone.
Is here taken care of? And do we need to stop in at our home, our keep, and do anything there before we leave?
I mean, aren't we all tapped out? Can you get us to Whitestone now?
Maybe we spend the night in the keep.
Yeah.
For old time's sake.
Yeah, the old
I could get us back to Whitestone, using my last 7th level spell, and then that's it. I'm done.
We could
But
go
you,
home.
you couldn't get all of us, right? I mean,
Tree strike.
No, transport via
but
planes.
like Jarrett and
Yeah.
Kima and
Yeah.
Gilmore
Yeah,
and
it lasts
Yeah.
6 seconds.
If you all go quickly, yeah. We
Be
could-
in a line and
I think my record was like 25 people when we were moving refugees
that's
through.
pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Still trying to break that.
Nice.
I would recommend not really trying to break it.
I want to get 25 and a half.
You've seen it happen, I can tell.
2.5 kids. That's fine.
Well, I'm glad I'm alive. I'm glad you're all alive.
Thank you for helping.
thank you, Sean.
Oh, it's the least I could do. And if anything, it's this experience has helped me come to terms with the fact that I should not be on the battlefield. I need to stay in the shop.
That is
and
not
I need
true. That finger of yours is very powerful.
Yes, and I was also on fire a lot. I want to avoid that.
That's true.
But
Are you
you're
going to be
sweet. You're sweet.
rebuilding your shop here, or are we going to see you in Whitestone as well?
You know, my intent a while back was to start a franchise. We'll see how the winds carry me. After all, I think and he kind of tucks open this like large heavy sack and satchels on his side now, and another to the side that you see is a small like compact bag of holding. And he goes, I think I've got it taken care of.
And,
Nice.
brilliant. We wish you well, Gilmore.
Well, I mean, if we're going to Whitestone, I'm coming with you.
No, you gotta stay. I'm just kidding. You can come.
Care, are you gonna come to Whitestone with us?
Stay the night and have a drink with us.
are we going now?
We can bump you back.
Yeah.
We're not even going to go to our keep for a little bit. Did we go there? No.
We did. We came in.
We stopped.
Yeah.
Stopped by the ruins.
All right.
Ayo, okay. Ale.
I could use a drink. I would love to. I would love to. Give me just a moment. And I head back to the troops, and I talk to, like, the couple of them that have kind of, like, risen up.
Samantha.
Samantha
Yeah.
is, like, fucking runs the
She's
whole thing
amazing,
right now.
Sam.
Sam's pretty legit.
Yeah.
And so, and I also kind of circumspectly, I sort of distribute a little bit of money. I give Samantha some, and this is like, it's like, if something happens, if I don't come back, here's how long you stay. Here's what to do among the populace, like, and and I don't need to give them the talk of like no looting, because they've already had Daddy Care like constantly lecturing them about how to not be dicks.
The kind of people that would follow you into battle for this, as small as your group was, the kind of people that you can trust this. And Samantha with her like kind of graying hair that's pulled into this kind of hard top knot on top, and her darker skin with like the scar across her cheek, in her breastplate armor, she comes up and kind of grabs your hand and goes, "Don't worry, I've got it taken care of. It's fine."
Right? Yeah, I've already. Yeah, it's right. You've done it before.
We've gathered the dead. We'll make sure with what you've given that we'll get it back to the families that remain.
Right. This is going to be a tricky place for a couple of weeks, and not only could our people maybe use a rest, but maybe it would benefit from 30 or 40 level-handed people with swords, maybe keeping an eye out, maybe traveling in pairs around the city, making sure nobody's houses get broken into. Just, you can't take care of everything, but it would not be bad to camp out maybe for a week. Wait for me, and I'll be back. And if I'm not, you know where to go.
Hey, I'm always down to rough up some ruffians.
It's that. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Care. Go with your friends.
Okay.
Is Samantha attractive?
Should we?
Just ignore it.
She has
You
that
need
breastplate.
You're asking Samantha. Yeah, I mean, she looks like she could definitely bruise you in the face with a left hook. So for you, yeah.
Awesome. Hey, Care. Put in a good word. Hey.
He's going with you, right?
Yeah.
Great. Okay.
Does Kima want to come with us?
Yeah, Kima's ready to go.
Okay.
She's like, all right, we're going back to Whitestone.
Does everything look like it's in order with Daxio, with everyone here?
Sure.
Are we good to leave?
I don't do the whole council thing. But they assure me it's fine. Allie's gonna know what to do. This is really depressing me.
Let's leave. I look at Daxio. Is everything okay? Can we cut out?
He's in the middle of the conversation. Yes, we've got it covered. Let Allura know as soon as she can. Come to us. We have a lot to discuss.
Will do.
Everyone, thank you.
Thank you.
And from me, from all the civilians of the city, from Taldore proper, we all owe you a great debt of gratitude.
Thank you for having our back.
Thank you for having us. Now, off with you. You know where to find us.
Kima, come on, let's get you back to Alley.
We gotta find a tree.
Might I just
We have a tree at the
quickly
keep.
remind
We do
us?
have a tree at the keep if we want to make a stop at the keep.
So we are now stiffing the clasp.
No. By the way, Daxio. I'm sure you're aware, and we'll let Allura know as well, the clasp was instrumental in keeping survivors alive here in Amon. They definitely deserve a bit of pot.
Compensation.
Handsome reward.
We'll discuss with them. I do believe that we've already had a few conversations with a few operatives during our arrival within the city, and they've been very forthcoming with information and willing to aid us. So yes, I appreciate the acknowledgement.
We wouldn't have made it here without them.
Please let them know that we vouched for them.
Yes.
They've at least earned the old status quo.
What is that?
Very well.
I have no idea.
And just to mention, if you take people like that and give them in a place in your town, you can keep an eye on them.
His eyes kind of narrow a little bit. He nods towards you. Indeed. Well, I'll take it from here. Return when you can. Get Laura back to us.
We will.
And stay safe. And he turns back to handle some more business. What do you guys want to do?
Make for Grayskull Keep. on
Where
the
our
tree.
giant tree is, so we can go to our other giant tree.
Okay.
They said.
Okay. You guys make your way walking southward through Iman, and
Just loot everything along the way, like
Just like
all of it.
decking
Every
chairs.
person we see.
wonderful time of the year.
Matt starts rolling random encounters.
6 episodes just getting out of Iman.
How the hell did we walk?
You guys make your way through, and as you do, it's an emotional journey, because as you walk through the city that became your home as you all became a family, you can see familiar sights, you can see familiar thoroughfares and street sides and taverns, many of which have sustained severe damage, many that have been reduced to nothing but rubble and ash, and some that still stand defiantly versus all the difficulty and stress and strenuous struggle that has existed for weeks and weeks and weeks here. You see people slowly emerging from the shadows to try and reclaim what remains of their life, but you also see them helping each other. You also see a comparison between the busy bustle and kind of general selfish lifestyle that most people in a well-off capital city exist in, replaced with a newly understood sense of kinship and looking out for each other. You see the guard themselves beginning to really understand in their lifetime the first true large-scale victory for the betterment of their people and what that means to them. And there's kind of a sense of pride through the sadness that many of the armed soldiers you come across probably never had. It gives you hope, though to see it in such a state in itself is harrowing in its own right. You can already begin to see through this energy and through the slow crawling return to life that you've helped ensure that Iman still has a future, let alone Taldore itself. No one catches your attention as you leave, but a number of eyes train onto you as you exit, and many of them flash with recognition, their face going bright, and then with just a solemn nod of thank you. Eventually you find yourself to the southern gates of Iman, exiting out into the charred fields that once were green and lush with grain and grass, eventually coming upon the exterior of Grayskull Keep, the home of Vox Machina. Just as you left it, abandoned, the front gate partially ajar, there stands the keep, mighty, defiant, and somewhere there is a jar of no longer magical poop. Making your way inside, there is the garden that you left within the Temple to Sarenrae, and the large central tree that you use for most of your transport to and from Keyleth.
How's the garden look?
Looks as good as you left it. It was far enough from the battle to where it didn't seem to suffer any sort of blows or issues. You guys managed to basically focus everything within the city's walls, so good on you for that.
Okay. Anybody need anything?
No.
Not gonna go through the. Need anything from your rooms or anything? Some
We'll be back here.
change of underwear?
What's up?
It's all at Whitestair. We have everyone with us. Jarrett, Cash, Zara.
They've all kind of walked along with you.
Okay.
I'm just gonna pluck another flower and tuck it behind my ear.
Okay. As Keela steps forward and places her hands across the base of the tree, she focuses, and it's almost like grasping two ends of a bag and then pulling it open with with alternating zippers. You watch as the bark split, and as it opens up and crawls from floor to the 7-foot apex, a doorway is open temporarily, and on the other side you immediately see the slow morning sun beginning to rise in Whitestone across the city.
Let's jump in.
Okay, we got 6 seconds.
You all go charging through as fast as you can, all emerging into the center of Whitestone's central area. The twilight being slowly cast away by the rising sun. The sun tree at your back as the doorway closes behind you. And the cold air immediately catches your lungs. You've been amongst the heat and the clouds of smoke and soot of Amon for so long, amongst the struggle. The cold, crisp air is almost a welcome moment of respite from that experience. You look around you, and little bits of grass have broken the cobblestone and floor of the open area, have bits of frozen dew across their surface, and it's this beautiful crystal moment of peace that you didn't realize you've been seeking for quite some time. You can see the gentle bit of light beginning to crest over the mountains, hitting Castle Whitestone ahead of you. You've returned. What do you want to do?
Well, I thought it would be a nightcap, but it seems like it's a morning cap instead.
That's our
It's night
specialty.
somewhere.
That is our specialty.
Head to the castle, have a drink, tell Alora what's going on.
We should find Alora. Cassandra?
Yes, let's head to the castle.
Boosh. Hey, Care. Want to see where we live?
I will admit to a passing curiosity.
Let's give him a tour.
This place was full of fucking vampires. They were everywhere. Dead giants, undead giants. It was terrible. We've renovated, yeah.
We led a rebellion. I was the general. It was amazing.
We let him say that.
He was a dinosaur.
Any beret you see on someone's head right now is because of this man right here.
That part is true.
Oh, and that flat plot of land? That's mine.
I thought they said that was the wastelands.
No, it's mine.
Isn't that where they bury all the shit?
Yep.
Yep.
As you guys walk your way up the path to Castle Whitestone, the Pale Guard morning shift has already begun to walk across the grounds. They greet you. You're led into the castle, and from your perspective, this hillside, this small mountain that marks the northern side of Whitestone, the city that sits in the central valley, surrounded by the thick parchwood forest. You see this beautiful castle, not too large, but enough to have once housed a very respectable royal family, if you will, of at least Lord and Lady Blood, made of a dull pale gray. You've never been to Whitestone, you've heard about it, and you immediately assume that, well, this is what they call it, because the castle itself is a little bit of white. Entering inside, it's slowly beginning to rouse. You sense some energy with the sunrise as people begin to make breakfast and guards begin to walk past. Eventually, with you guys taking a moment to kind of rest and even grab a little bit of food, as early as it is, Cassandra enters. You watch as a woman in her, what you can only imagine be late teens, early 20s, physically, but her eyes carry the wisdom that only years of trauma and survival can hold. Her dark brunette hair with a single shock of white that kind of curls to the back walks in, consciousness as much as you could expect from a girl that that early in the morning. Has her hands kind of clasped at her chest. Well, back so soon, are we?
Is it soon?
It feels like
Feels like we've been like at least 2 weeks.
More like 5.
It's true. Like a holiday break happening. That's what it
Zordek
feels
is
like.
dead.
Then it is done. I'm proud of you all.
It's
not
done.
done.
It's not done.
But it's a victory.
Yeah.
We've had a good day.
We're not dead.
I can see that, and I'm quite thankful. Your friend, I don't believe we've had the honor.
Yeah, this is Care.
Am I still like? Do I look like Brian Blessed, who's just been
loved it.
through like a bloody fucking massacre? Am I still?
All
like,
of you do.
All of
Yeah.
All of
okay.
you right now are just wrecked.
Okay.
Still shiny from like oils and sweat. There's still like smeared ash and just
It's probably
black
it's
dirt.
probably not until right then where I'm like, I am a fucking mess. I'm like up to the elbows bloody.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
You
didn't.
fit right in here.
Yeah. Okay.
I've not had the pleasure.
Care. It's a pleasure to meet you.
How did you know we were here, Cassandra?
The guards went and summoned me. I'm going to be perfectly honest, I don't usually rouse so early in the morning, but this is good news. And to be perfectly honest, the last few times the guards have summoned me with your arrival, they've been with a bit of a scare. So, it's an absolute pleasure to make your acquaintance, Care. You are welcome here. Any friends of my friends are a friend of mine.
Can we roll an insight check to see if it's really her?
Sure, roll an insight check.
I don't trust anybody
Me
now.
too, is my idea.
You burned us too many times, Matt.
25.
She's a beholder.
What she said. 4.
It's good. This is just a ruse. This is a ruse.
Secret.
It's not going to be Raishan.
Oh,
Go team.
Suddenly suffers
Does it
how much
seem
psychic
like
damage?
My miniscope.
Vex?
Huh? Do you think this would be my reaction if it was Raishan?
It's like, well, rest.
Can I have a bit of a drink? We're going to rest, and then.
Well, you know we keep the wine.
Bloody Marys.
Truly do.
Mimosas.
Are we expecting more? Is it just you?
Exodus do that?
This is.
No, it's just us for now. I think,
They have that at White
Just
Stone.
us, yeah.
yes. They never gave our airship any instructions. I
No,
guess
we
it's just
didn't.
roaming the
They actually might
countryside.
be wondering where we are. It's
Yeah.
just us this time. I know we usually have like a lot in tow, but
Oh, and we don't need to. Well, do we need to keep the force field up around the city anymore?
No, everything's. We can stand down at this point. It's time for everything to rest briefly. Just
We need to wake Alora.
we do need to wake Alora.
All right, I'll have her roused. The rest of you, if you wish, could have baths drawn.
Yes.
I think you could use it,
what?
What are you trying to imply?
brother.
I know. You owe me. I owe him one.
You
Yes,
don't
yes,
like
you are.
Dragon Age splatter?
Paintbrush and gore.
I mean no disrespect, but as a lady of esteemed blood, you are all a terrible mess.
I am going to walk right up to her, give her a big hug.
No.
Yes.
And for a second, you see a glimmer of the young sister that grew up with Percy, fighting him off and pushes him off and. Thank you.
I am going to be owed for much more than that. I'm well aware.
Yes, you are. I'm glad you're back.
It's good to be home.
All right, I'll have Alora brought to you. Rest well. Should you require anything, I'll be in my chambers, waking properly. She leaves the room. Though you had brought little scraps of food as they were available, a full breakfast meal properly prepared for you. Warm food.
This is
scent
post
fills-
bath and we're clean.
Yeah, you guys
shower.
take time just
Have my hair
being
wrapped up in
clean
a towel.
properly.
So we're spying. We're spawn.
My hair is still singed short again.
Yeah.
Before we part ways with Jarrett,
Yeah, totally.
I'd like to
No.
pull him aside a little bit.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
As you pull Jared aside, you get but a few steps away, and he goes, "I'm not doing it again."
I know. I just wanted to thank you for your efforts, and it really meant a lot to me. And I'm gonna cast a 8th level modify memory on you.
What? You still have an 8th level spell?
I love it.
You have an 8th level spell left?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I feel bad that he died now.
Is this through the hand cone? Because that's a whole. That's not as subtle.
No, it would not be subtle, so I cannot do the hand count.
That's okay. You rolled a 5. So, what do you modify?
When he delivered the Suda to me, I thanked him for it, and I went into I'm implanting this memory in his head. I told him why I needed it so badly, and it was a very sad tale of how a goblin killed my mother, and the image haunts me to this day, and I can't get through a night. I can't function without some sort of sustenance. He felt terrible for me and vowed to get me more, much more. And at that time, I gave him 50 platinum.
Holy shit, you're turning into a drug lord!
Which he finds in his pocket now because I gave it to him.
We have met the enemy! Oh my god!
You're going full
He
Heisenberg.
feels for me.
He is Heisenberg.
Scanning is
He is the one that knocks!
Fucking doors.
Oh my god! I broke down, and he's never seen me break down like that.
No, he
his
hasn't.
mind, anyway.
He hasn't. And
Wow!
Outstanding.
Okay.
What?
Okay.
That's that.
All right. And at which point you watch as his eyes kind of glaze over for a moment. As he was about to make his way towards getting his own shower. He let everybody else go first. And he kind of stops for a second, and his eyes glaze over, and he kind of blinks for a second. Well, I understand these have been very trying days. If there's anything I can do to help, let me know.
You know how to help.
And you see the look in his eyes that you've seen before, which is I don't do this. I barely know how to do this, and the connections I have.
He's Jesse.
It's going to be hard. And you see this as look, but as opposed where previously it was, I can't do this anymore. He reaches out, touches your shoulder, and goes, I'll do what I can.
That's all I ask.
Yeah, Mr. Shorthalt, yeah!
The meat man cometh!
Rest well, Jarrett. Thank you for your brave battle.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Just so you know, I'm expecting a raise. Because, I kind of almost died like twice. It's ridiculous.
You should have seen me. I did.
I'll see what I can do. And he goes and leaves to take a bath.
So we were all taking baths, right?
Yeah, you're taking.
Right. And they're like big royal baths because this is Whitestone.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
there's maybe 4 at any given point in time, so you guys still have to kind of take turns.
Excellent.
And prepare.
Is this where we had the cannon?
I take mine
No,
very
that's
quickly
not
Mansion.
and walk in the buck, and I find Percival's bath and silently walk in while he's bathing. And I sit in the bath on the other side and just stare for a minute.
You know you're getting weirder.
You and I are very different.
I would agree. Although again, I'm in a bath at the moment. I'm cut to it. I think I was really working on something.
I didn't think you were
You made me a little off.
so meek. Anyway, I still plan to honor your request, but I want you to know that you are like a brother to me. Now, I have a sister and we fight constantly, so I expect to do that with you.
I hope so.
But I'm glad I have you around still.
Me as well. I like this family. I'd like to keep it.
Okay. Don't say another word.
I
I
really
show him
don't-
my ass and I leave.
As soon as he leaves, I come up from the water and go, oh!
I was so hoping you were going to do that.
How big are these fucking bathtubs?
They're big bathtubs.
That is so gross. That's like a minute long.
I love you. That was wonderful.
So gross. Oh, my opinion of you has changed.
You don't know. You don't know. You're gone.
No, you
Legend.
She was just tickling the back of my knee the entire time.
I'm not talking about Vex. Vex can pork him all she wants. I don't give a fuck. That is a twisted D&D choice, man.
That is an amazing D&D choice.
That is crazier. That shit is crazier than the broom to me, Laura. Holy shit. Boosh.
It's
Hit me up top.
Hey, Laura.
I'm working on something here. Come to the chase.
Working on something.
Yeah, we gotta speed this up.
Well, in hindsight, that changes everything. Wow.
Yes. Yes, and.
God damn, that was so good.
Is that what those water breathing potions have gone to?
We are actually bathing in them, ironically. They're in the water flow.
It's like the abyss.
It's a bath bomb of water breathing.
Percy,
bath
what is that
bomb of-
really cheesy music that's playing in here?
All right. So, unless you have any more particular bath-based shenanigans to encounter,
I will leave that to people's mouths.
yeah, you
I need a shower with lime, man.
Amazing.
heard lie, and that might work better.
That's while that was happening. I remind you of that.
It looks just like us.
I hear someone has alter memory spells. He can help you with that.
No, he only does it to people that don't deserve it.
Oh man, I can barely remember those dragons right now.
So, after you've all finish bathing, come down to get your breakfast, and you've all kind of got on the table, and there's, chatter, that sort of, the release after so many nerves built up, even though there is, still things to tackle. There is a moment of kinship and respite, and honestly, Care, it's a little strange for you at first. Such jovial atmosphere in the face of such, recent tragedy and trauma reminds you of back when you used to do this, and it's weirdly welcome. It's very humanizing, and there's a brotherhood that comes after battle that you can only describe if you've been there. And it's been a while since you've had this type of brotherhood. And even though you're quiet amongst their chatter, and they are a family that you're outside of, you can't fight the smile.
Oh no, it's very nice to watch. Like, it did not stay like this for me, and it's obviously staying like this for them. Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, I'm very happy. And honestly, if there is liquor here, I probably do not stay very quiet for long.
We have liquor.
Yeah.
So much.
Yeah.
Breakfast wine.
Yeah. My Brit friends, actually. Were you at that breakfast at Comic-Con where we went to the pub? He said, do you have a breakfast beer?
Yeah.
What do you have in the breakfast beer menu?
Yeah, if Kerr is with the liquor and not being quiet, I'm probably with him.
All right. Well, you watch as Care comes back with 2 bottles after being, given directions as to where just like that. With a bottle in each hand, and each of you grab a bottle and kind of toast the bottle itself. Yeah. Begin to drink. Is there anything you guys want to discuss while you're having breakfast?
We're not worried about the spinning dirt button of death, right? It's fine down there. Like it's not being.
I think it's on the list, but we have a list. We can slow down a bit.
What is our list? Because, so here's what I got on my list. It's not very long. Bury a hand in Vasselheim.
No,
No.
very ashes in Vasselheim.
Oh, what was the hand?
The hand was return
I
the
think that's your
hand.
personal wish.
Oh, return the hand to Marquette. Return
Bury a hand.
hand
An actual hand.
It's
Marquette.
I don't need to know. I just wanted to see if I was.
Bury ashes in Vasselheim. Find Opash. Go
the
to
island of Opash.
Go to Wildmount.
Both, yes.
Is that the same thing?
Yeah, yes.
No.
Well, which one do we do?
Well,
Well, we
Vasselheim is Vasselheim north to what? Close to Wildmount?
Nothing is north of
No,
us.
opposite side.
Oh, well, shit.
Vasselheim's to the kind of northwest. Wildmount is the kind of northeast of Tal'Dorei.
We may find more about Opash in Wildmount.
Zara's from Wildmount.
Is she?
Maybe.
Originally, I think.
Maybe? You have to check with Zara.
I think she is. When she told me her history, I think it was.
Sure, there we go.
What else is on your list?
Oh, and the boys.
Figure out what a rune child
boys.
is.
The little.
The little 21-year-olds.
Yeah, the little angel,
angel
babies. They're
boys.
from
The
Wildmount.
little college students.
Yeah, okay.
Where are they? Where did we leave them?
They're here.
They're here.
Oh, okay.
Where did we leave them?
On the side of the road.
Any other to-do list items?
We have a demon.
Huh?
Oh God, we
What?
have Hotis and
Hotis.
the other demon that we fought in the city of Brass.
Yeah, we've got time on that. How long has it been, Hodis?
What demon's that? Fired?
Hodis wise,
His tiger.
it's been
no, his yeah.
The Rakshasa.
We got time.
Is there another one?
No,
time.
well,
No,
there's-
the ambassador
Hodis
to
is
the
the
Nine
one.
Hells
Oh,
was
he's
in the
gonna be a
city of
problem.
Brass, and we killed him.
So he'll
And
come
he's
back
gonna
angry.
hate us.
Wait, he can come back?
I think so.
Probably.
Oh,
Hotis?
well, we
Oh,
can't
yeah.
do anything about that.
But Pike killed him last time, so he's gonna.
Make an Arcana check, Sam.
Ooh. More than 20. 23.
23. Best that you know, as far as like hierarchies and devils in that plane, a devil as high ranking as the one that you guys fought,
Oh shit.
that got its ass handed to it by a bunch of random people in the city of Brass, is considered such a slight in the eyes of the hierarchy of the Nine Hells.
Oh, God.
That devil probably has been punished, stripped of its power, and is not something you probably need to worry about.
Oh shit.
Crossing it off.
Shame.
The list.
Shame to the family. Shame to
Yeah.
his people.
He does not get to come back next week.
Really?
We've done something on our to-do list.
I have a bit of I have a bit of work to do around the house, so to speak. There's a few matters that have to be tended to here that we should at least get up and started, but
I mean, I feel
nothing
like
is urgent.
I feel like the giant green dragon in the room is pretty urgent.
It's the top of the list, but it's not something that's going to be solved tomorrow. It's not something that's necessarily going to bite us tomorrow. I think it's going to bite us, honestly. If we left it alone, I think we would be reaping the damage of it in 6 months.
Preferably no biting at all. And as you look, you see at the table, her hair kind of pulled up into these small circles at the bottom of her head. You see Allura with just kind of like a night robe on.
Yeah. Yeah.
She steps in.
Innocent fun ones.
You see a woman standing with blondish light hair that's been braided into long braids and then curled up into these small little balls underneath, with like a dark blue, almost shimmering material as her robe. She steps in and sits down across from you guys at the table and begins taking them out and begins kind of rebraiding them. I'm very happy to see that you're all safe. From what I've also been told, that there is no need to maintain the illusory barrier over Whitestone, which is of great relief to me, as that's been draining. I have also heard that Thordak has fallen, so congratulations are in order.
We also found you a replacement flying carpet. if you'd like it.
Scanlan, you're on my list.
Although we could use it in our battles to come.
I'll tell you what, when I have my tower rebuilt, then perhaps we'll find the right place for it, where it matches the rest of the furniture. Until then, hold on to it.
It's really tacky color, though. So
We won't let it come
I can change that.
anywhere near acid at all.
Please, I would appreciate that. In fact, any of my things that you may have stolen or taken over the past few years, keep them away from acid in general. Thank you.
Borrowed.
Really, the rug was the only thing.
Took a couple pictures while I was in that fancy frame.
Raishan is still at large, and we have discovered that we think she is on the island of Opash.
The island that Opash was banished to, that is.
Dude, what's name was Opash, had an island.
Do you know anything of him?
She thinks for a second.
There will probably be, well, we'll check.
Do you remember the name of the island that apparently Thordak was ruling over when he was thought lost at sea?
Do you?
Some notes. There's some notes to go through.
When did you tell us that information?
This was information that Raishan gave you.
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
We met Cinder King 200 years ago.
Just think we had some device that would make it searchable.
The Mirkwood.
Would I remember this? Because this was remembering information based on a dragon.
I would say yes for you.
Okay.
You well lawyered.
Because you are so de-stressed right now. Your mind is so
So
focused.
clear.
Yeah.
Yes, there was something. After Thordak was long thought dead, Thordak seemingly reemerged after spending a few, as far as you know, years, decades, centuries, possibly, rebuilding his domain on what was called the island of Viscon.
Viscon?
Viscon, in the south of the Lucidian Ocean.
Lucidian Ocean.
And so as you say, as it comes to your mind, you're like, you say Viscon. Laura goes, Viscon. Now, I know this island that was part of our research when Thordak first began to attack and assail the southern regions of Taldore, back when me and Kima were adventuring. I don't know much about this Opash figure you speak of.
Did you find a laboratory on the island? An abandoned one?
We did not go to the actual island. We just had discovered that was the historical creep of Thordak's domain.
Right.
It was fiercely guarded, and at the time our focus was more on to banish the creature as opposed to trying to walk into the center of its home, and none of us would be alive. That would be a place to look.
Thank you.
From the religion angle, do I know anything about Opash? Like necromancer, working against the natural order?
Roll a religion check.
It's in Tolkien Spirit Guide.
Yeah. 17.
17. I mean, you've come across a modicum of necromancy in your years, your younger years at least. Usually low level, employed by various, tribal sages and wandering, marauding hordes of orcs or gnolls that were, given positions of power within their small cultures because they had begun to harness some of the powers of life and death. But nothing that really left a lasting impression. There was one tomb that you excavated that it was beyond the southern lands of the Stormcrest Mountains. It was in the Rife and Mist Peninsula, which is the thick jungles that exist on the southern peninsula of Taldore, below the countryside, below the actual political structure. It's a free land. It is beyond the rule of Taldore or Singorn. And it is where refugees flee from society. It's where folks that want to live beyond the law go and build their own place. But south of that into the jungle, there are many lost and ancient places that were either forgotten intentionally or buried through time as the founding to the Age of Arcanum and these eons passed and passed. There was one tomb that you went to that was steeped in heavy necromancy, and even just a short journey in, you lost 2 friends, watching the life sucked from their corpses, left behind just these dust-skinned skeletal memories. And you fled, you and the remaining members of your team. Since then, you've been keenly aware of the awful effects of necromancy, and it honestly scares you. And so the more this discussion continues, the more and more just uneasy you become with the discussion. As far as the essence of what Opash may have in store, you're not particularly sure, but I mean, the domain of necromancy is life and death. And that central theme keeps reemerging with Thordak, with Raishan, with whatever this dynamic is. There's something about life and death that is cyclical in this conversation that keeps you connected.
Was that island that you mentioned volcanic?
The island of Iskon.
Volcanic.
Should slow on the breakfast wine, friend.
Karen is pronouncing very deliberately at this point.
I know it's the feeling.
The island of Viscon would be in a zone that does see quite a bit activity of that kind. There are a number of places in the ocean that are known to just perpetually spire forth sulfur and other terrible fumes.
The Red Dragon had been living there.
Well, long before he came.
He would have certainly encouraged it, though.
I don't doubt that. There is something to be said for that. So,
more lava, Keyleth.
My favorite.
One day we're going to meet a lava door.
Don't you put that evil on us. Don't even put it out
3
there.
times.
Matt hadn't even thought of that.
3 times. You say it 3 times.
Door made of lava.
if you do decide to inquire this island of Iskan, carefully, slowly, methodically, whether or not this has a tie or this is specifically where the deceiver lives at the moment, who knows how long they'll stay. You say she's seeking something there.
That's what Keyleth said, it seemed like.
She seemed to be poring through tomes and books looking for something. She seemed very frustrated. Question. Oh, go ahead.
Well, what's to say what happens if she finds what she's looking for?
Exactly.
Oh, she brings the dragon back from the dead.
Or transfers her consciousness into the dragon's body, reanimates an undead red dragon.
I don't know what
uses
necromancy
the
is
eggs
capable
to
of.
create some unholy monster.
No, you
There's also dragon babies.
put into the eggs.
Hey, Kay, you remember when I said you were really smart?
He makes wagon hitches. All right, listen.
I like this guy.
He's a simple
I like
man.
This guy. Come on.
He's a great wagon hitch maker.
Well, I mean, why do you take a body? I mean, well, and you're all like, well, I died Tuesday. I died Thursday. Like, and then you killed. I mean, how bad did you kill the dragon? Because, like, if you didn't kill it real bad,
It could be brought back.
like Tuesday, right?
At least the gem was shattered. The gem was shattered.
Yeah.
It was.
Yes.
You destroyed the soul anchor.
Yeah,
Yes.
Thordak shrunk. He was huge, and then he was like normal after that.
Well, that's something.
Yeah.
At least.
That's something.
I don't think that she's trying to reanimate Thordak. I think she's trying to probe him for knowledge of some sort.
I think she's attempting.
She's trying to probe his dead body.
Probe.
Alora,
Yes.
if we scried on this island, if you saw it again, would you recognize it?
I haven't been there, but
Oh.
if I were to scry, what would you require? What would you need?
I want to confirm if she actually is on the island of Viscon.
Well, I mean, I can attempt to. I've only heard of it, so.
What if we? Would it help you to scry if we gave you some blood of the thing that you're scrying on?
Thordak?
But she would
Scry
still
on-
see the same thing that I would have seen. It wouldn't confirm the island.
Oh,
Sure.
right.
It also might mean that we would be discovered.
Keelan,
Yeah.
don't you have some spell where you say the name of a place and it shows you the way there or something?
Or can you look for trees on that island?
I could try and scry on Viscon, right? If I know enough about Viscon, I could try and scry on a location,
No, you
correct?
can just scry on a person.
Yeah.
Or-
You can scry on
really?
location. That was
But-
that was my fault in the past, by the way. I very end of the
But
spell.
no, don't you have like a directions spell?
Find the path, yeah.
What does that do?
Yeah, if you have secondhand
yeah.
knowledge and you've heard of the target, you can still scry to it. It just has a modifier.
Oh.
If it's a target, if it's a location.
But
Because I
will it? I mean, we lucked out the first time that she didn't catch on. What if she realizes
if I scry on the island, she won't notice.
Okay.
It's
What,
only if
you
I
just
scry
might
on
be
her.
looking at some leaves and trees.
But we'll get an idea of
But
where
I
to go.
could
If it
look
looks-
at the, like
You saw it
look
once
a tree.
already, and you would know it. You probably recognize it a second time.
Would I?
Would
It's
you?
worth a fucking shot.
If I scried on Viscon, could I recognize? Yeah, this looks like the similar island.
You could try, yeah.
Yeah. You could certainly try.
You could certainly try.
There it is.
Thank you, Laura.
All right,
Need a little goosey.
last 5th level spell of the day.
I pour
Yeah.
care and
I'll
I
give you an
small
8th
breakfast wine.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Kay, you should try this this wine that Grog got from Kay.
You should try it.
Oh, it's really good.
It's so tasty.
We're going there.
Sand dunes.
I mean,
Terribleness.
You don't want to. I haven't tried it either. You don't want to finish your life without trying this bug juice.
Yeah.
Is
I
the nickname we have for it.
I pop the top and I hand the bottle to him.
I'm gonna-
Take
Small-
a whiff
small
of this
amount, small
deliciousness.
amount.
What is it? Sand keg, sand.
Bug juice.
Yep, that stuff. The name doesn't
Sand
really
keg.
matter.
And
I take the bottle and I put my thumb over it and pretend like I'm drinking. Go.
Sleight of
That's
hand.
great. Sure. Sure. That is a 26.
For the hell of it, Carrot, go ahead.
Yeah,
go
for
ahead
the
and
hell
roll a perception check.
No, not by a country mile.
He took a mighty swig.
Yeah, well, it's obviously
Don't take a swig
it's
that big.
it's that good.
It's smooth.
It has really got some balls on it.
goes
You gotta
smooth.
you gotta shake the flavor in, because the flavor goes slowly to the bottom.
Yeah.
Oh God.
It's because of the
Oh
gravity.
no! What if he realized something we didn't?
I told you he was wise.
I wish it could be my first time.
So
again.
as
Oh,
the
shit.
liquid hits your lips, it's thick. It's like yeah, it has
Too much flavor.
Yeah. It doesn't pour like wine or liquor. It pours more like a light honey. But it has a very acrid, pungent, immediate flavor as it hits your tongue. I need you to roll a Constitution saving throw.
So is this like when I left that glass of Surge out for so long that it evaporated in the cup down?
Just like bases.
Kind of,
And
yeah.
it was, and then because there was no mold growing on it, and I am a scientist at heart,
It's all clear.
You went where mold feared to tread.
I thought, when will I ever have this
In the most
opportunity
basic
again?
forms of life, a shoe existing on a substance, that's when you have to drink it.
Agreed.
Yes! Yes!
That's going to be my best roll all year.
So,
Wait. Can I point out that this is the best game in existence?
you may. As it fills your gullet, the warm burning sensation you're used to with like fine heavy liquors is surpassed by the ever burning sensation of fire within your lungs. And as the heartburn begins to kick in, you stop for a second and realize that the burn goes away and everything goes numb. Everything goes numb. Your tongue is
How do you feel, Kat?
How you doing? What? One more time?
Dude got in the way.
He likes it. I think he likes it.
I have thought that as well.
Stuff.
Ladies and gentlemen, Burning Man, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Burning Man.
That is good shit.
The fire has passed through you. And it's gonna go all the way through. So be careful when it comes out the other end.
Good reincorporation.
Good.
I remember this.
But you're still conscious, and that is saying something.
Really impressive.
I wouldn't drink any more of it.
No,
though.
no, yeah, you gotta warm up and then take it
No. I mean, it's all fun and games, but come on.
As this is happening, you all look over and glance that as Laura has cleared the table and begun to set a space for the scry ritual, is just staring at you all.
Right, no. Yeah.
Thanks for setting this up for us, Laura. All right.
Oh, please keep going.
I didn't mean to be
No,
rude.
sorry.
This is the most fun I've had in
Do
days.
you want some?
After.
No, that's a bad idea.
Do it.
No, later.
Do it.
That's just fucked up.
Don't listen to him.
Wait, I thought I was doing the spell. We
are
can do it together.
trustworthy. Open the
That's not-
bottle.
okay.
It will
She goes.
hatch.
She pops it off and goes. Look, it's morning. We're all alive.
Yep.
What's the point if we're not celebrating?
That's what I'm saying.
That one's on your blonde hair green.
Buy the ticket, take a ride.
No.
Not my favorite flavor.
She's so magic.
Constitution for days.
She's so cool.
Will you teach me your sorceress ways?
Keep talking. Keep talking.
How do you feel?
I feel fine.
I don't know what to say.
Fucking magic.
She's
amazing.
You're awesome.
Can you say red leather, yellow leather? What about try saying 3 times in a row? Can you say Irish wristwatch?
Three times in a row.
Irish. This is to Care or Patrick. Irish wristwatch. As fast as you can, 3 times in a row. I have faith in you.
Irish. Irish. Irish wish.
You know, thank you for playing. That was a valiant effort. Hey, let's scry on a dragon.
All right.
She's hardcore, that Lola. I've always known it about
Were you in
her.
a motorcycle game? How did she do that?
Warrior.
Are we doing this
She's
together?
me into alcohol.
She sits across the table from you and puts her hands out.
Oh yeah, let's do this.
Oh, yeah, no.
Oh man, this feels like old days, Laura.
Yes. Simpler times.
Yes, it was.
As you both close your eyes, and you all watch as Allura and Keyleth close their eyes. A moment passes, a second moment, and across the smooth, polished wood table surface of which you've been having breakfast, you watch as the grain begins to shift, almost these small lines of light blue and white sparkling tiny arcane ley lines begin to just curl a circle around the table in the center of where their arms are clenched. You watch as it carves two circles, one smaller one within the other, then they begin to form these various rigid star-like patterns within. And as soon as the 2 points eventually connect in the center, there's a flash, and both Keyleth and Allura open their eyes. But there is no pupil, there is no iris, it is just white.
Creepy.
And they both just fly.
That was the most Brian Blessed fuck I've heard. It was amazing.
The two of you share a vision of water, a vision of endless ocean, a familiar vision of endless ocean. You see small pillars of steam rising out of the center of this expanse, clusters of them in places, occasionally a few rocks breaking the surface, and beyond that, you see an island isolated out in the ocean, covered with green. You see a large mountain set across one side. As your vision flashes inward to an overhead view, you see a familiar island.
And the line where the sea meets the sky, it's blinding.
The vision fades. You both return. The circular glyphs on the table kind of sparkle out, leaving the smooth surface untouched. Both of their eyes clarify, their irises and pupils returning, and they both take a simultaneous breath, and then release each other's hands.
Holy shit.
So, yeah?
Yeah, we know where she is.
Whoa,
It's the
that's
island.
big news.
Do we know how to get to the island?
I can tree stride us there. I saw a tree. Did I see a tree big enough?
There were a number of trees.
Oh, jeez.
Palm trees?
Oh, my God. We need to rest and get there.
We need to rest and get there.
Go the fuck to bed.
Let's go right now.
Yeah, I think I'm feeling strong.
That was a joke.
Well, shit. We need to rest.
Oh my god, yeah.
And go.
We need to rest and go.
We should go right away. What did to do to die today at a minute?
Trippingly off the tongue.
Trippingly.
If
You have two options.
Okay.
Yes.
And I defer to your judgment on this. You rest and prepare.
Yes.
That leaves her to rest and prepare.
Yes.
You don't rest. She doesn't rest. The choice is yours into which you think leaves you in the more advantageous position.
I cannot get us there.
We need to rest.
Can you get us there?
I've unfortunately already used my spell to get you to.
But you're saying, I understand what you're saying.
No,
She's got
no,
nothing
She stopped
left.
saying it. I've seen it actually with the vision, and I did rest. I could get you there.
To what end?
The choice is yours.
I have nothing.
But Scanlan, pluses and minuses. She has nothing.
I can't die, Vax. I've already died once today. I can't do it again.
We don't have any healing. If anybody dies, we can't come back.
I've got 2 potions.
Okay. All right. Is there a way, do you know, where we can maybe, like, restore ourselves faster?
I wouldn't recommend that.
Oh.
Oh? Oh?
But nevertheless, you should.
Amazing.
We should
Say
rest.
Irish Wickrit.
Hard, isn't it?
She goes back to braiding her hair.
What is the minimum amount of time we can sleep?
8 hours.
Let's do it.
So
Let's
if we
sleep.
rest, she gets
Look.
her meteors, she gets her everything.
She gets it
And
all
she
back.
could leave.
She's gonna rest too,
She's gonna
to get
rest.
all her shit back. If we go now, having had breather with this drunk guy, we
I
go
will
kick
fight.
around.
We have no
I'm not
magic.
saying what we do. You can decide what we do because you're the smart one. But I'm just talking it out. It would be a physical fight with none of her magic.
If we had a dragon with us, I'd say yes.
You two brainiacs can make the decision, but She's got no meteors. She's got a lot less.
Look, we took on Thordak with full health, and we made it out pretty well.
I mean, once again, unless we do this, unless we get to the island, try and scout out, find Raishan Island, that way if she moves, we won't let her leave. What, Grog? What?
We can't camp on the island. I don't have the mansion.
We can camp like we did
used
old
my
school
spell
style.
in the battle.
She would know that we were there, and we would.
Wait a minute.
There's a chance.
You said you had it left.
And if we go there,
Scanlan, you said you still had the spell left, so we could.
No,
Use it
he
in the battle.
used it to change Jared's mind, right?
Well, you don't know that.
I don't know that.
Well, damn it.
Well, shit.
Bug.
I used it in the battle. Fuck off.
If we were to go right now, I would almost recommend that Scanlan and Keyleth stay behind because they would be nothing but targets.
Ooh, how's that feel?
Well, then we won't do that.
Then, which is why we shouldn't go, because if we go, it is the four of us.
Strangely, I agree with Percy.
And if we wait a day, it's six of us. You know, it's at least 6, 7, 8 of us, however many we can bring. But every magic user right now is
Tapped.
Allura,
Yes.
Except for her.
I kind of wanted to bring you in the beginning. Are you willing to come with us?
There's no need for me to maintain the illusory barrier on the cities.
You did it!
That's rather impressive.
Okay,
But
well,
yes.
look, if we wanted to go now, I still have my beast shaping back.
that's
I have my beast shaping.
a bit.
I have 1 first level spell, 2 third level spells, and 1 4th level spell.
That's enough to kill a
Do
dragon.
we have?
Yeah, that's enough to kill dragon.
Here's a question. Do we have some healing potions banked at Whitestone right now?
No.
We took
To be
them all.
perfectly honest, we've given you everything we have.
Tapped them.
Are there any? Are there any?
laugh at me, Victoria.
I'm not, darling. I'm not.
I haven't used
Are there
any
any
of my
healers? Are there any?
Castillo?
Are there any healers within the castle?
I am relatively fresh in terms of healing. I can heal some.
Yes, but
Would
are
you wanna go with
in
us?
Burbank next week, though?
Yes.
Pike is out. Pike is
Okay. Pike is
empty.
done with it. She's got 2 1 first level spells left. That's it.
I have 1/5 and 1/4. No, 2/4.
I think I've got 2 first level spells left. That's it.
It's
Let's be honest. We're not quite at our best. And it's one diseased deceiver in a cave with another dead dragon that might or might not come back to life and 2 baby little eggs. We rest. And then we give them hell.
The brass dragon, I feel, made a great point that if you let someone of that
Power.
power choose the rules of engagement,
Right.
That's a good point, and Allura makes a good point.
Plus, she doesn't know that we know where she is.
Right.
She thinks she's got all the time in the world.
You want to go now?
Tipped off.
No. I want to wait.
gotta go tomorrow.
I think we rest and we go tonight. We sleep 8 hours. It's early in the morning. We go as soon as we're rested.
She's gonna have everything tomorrow.
Can we, like, do, like,
So will we.
6 hours?
She won't be expecting
And
us at
chug
all.
some coffee?
Nope, we get full 8-hour rest.
I don't
Sorry.
actually
She
know
won't
if
be
we have
expecting
coffee
us
in
at all.
Whitestone.
We'll still have the element of surprise. She
Yeah.
won't have a lair to defend her. She won't have any other
true, it's not-
fire giants to protect her.
It might be a layer.
Maybe.
Maybe.
But we are fucking tits against layers. Come on.
You have a dancing fucking sword.
Percy.
That's
Right.
right.
Percy, what do you think?
I think we. Honestly, I think that we. I think if we go right now, we win, and at least one of us dies. I think if we go tomorrow, we're probably going to win, and probably most of us are going to survive.
unless she's merely scrounging there?
I think she might be scrounging, but I think if she's scrounging, that's a lot to look through. I think that she thinks she's safe.
Did it look like there was a lot of books there, Keyleth?
There were quite a number, probably 100 at the very least.
We don't even know what she is. Didn't you see a woman?
That was her.
That's Raishan in her female form.
So she can look at books so she doesn't fucking mangle them.
Keyleth, are you worried if we wait, you're gonna lose the chance to kill Raishan?
I don't think we're going to lose the chance to kill Raishan. It's just a matter of who's killing who first.
I say that we take 8 hours sleep and we go there immediately.
Yeah, she thinks she's got cover.
It will have
doesn't.
only been 10 hours at best by the time we get there.
Alora, since you know of the island and we know where she is there any way where we can keep an eye on the island magically from afar? If Raishan moves, we know?
I mean, I can incrementally scrying on the island and keep an eye on the vicinity, but if I scry directly on Raishan,
She could sense you.
she'll sense it. Well, there's a chance.
Yeah, let's not do that.
Don't you want to be at your best? Don't you want to be some fucking wicked badass from the sky? Do
Look,
you want to limp in?
Right?
Yeah.
Plus, if she's got 100 books to go through, that's going to take more than 2 hours.
She may
and
not. It's
she needs
possible
to
she may
rest
not
as
even
well.
rest. She might just be so angry
She might
that
not be
she's-
fully rested by the
she
time we
might-
get there.
she
I
might
know
be
it feels
mixed
like an
rested.
advantage to press, but we were 5 down at one point.
I can't die again.
You
No.
can, but it's not advisable.
Let's not let that happen.
Yeah.
She has none of her legendary resistances right now.
No, I'm not worried about those.
We may interrupt her mid slumber.
Mid-sleep.
How long did it take when we injured, was that Borogol? Who retreated and started healing?
Umbrasyl.
Umbrasyl.
In his lair.
In his lair.
Mm-hmm.
Doing nothing but sleeping, right?
Right.
Well, you came upon a number of empty potions, things that were part of
Oh, right.
Umbrasyl's hoard.
So Raishan might not have that.
Or she might.
But we're going to get, if we wait till tomorrow, and
Which, if she does have it, she's already taken them.
you all can decide, but if we go tomorrow, she's fully stacked. She's in her lair. If we go tonight, I'm just...
I don't want to
Pros
fucking
and
go
cons.
tonight. I don't want to go tonight.
No, by tonight,
I
it's
don't
the
wanna die
morning.
again.
It's the morning. We sleep through the day.
Well, then
we
there's
go
nothing
tonight.
to talk about.
I think that's the way to go.
Go in the morning.
We sleep, we go tonight.
We sleep, we go tonight. She may spend all of today going through those books and then sleep tonight.
Keyleth, we know what we're asking of you. We're asking you to wait. Again.
I think in recent events I can wait.
Then at dusk.
We plan.
Yes.
We got it.
Ish.
We got it.
Care.
Oh, it's actually done. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Sorry.
How much,
Pacific
how much
We've
do you
planned it on.
how much do you
At
heal
dusk
up
we
overnight? Generally.
At night, you full hit points, and you get back half of your hit dice that were spent.
Take. Take.
Make the call, Keyleth.
We had better get sleeping, I
Let's
guess.
go to bed.
Instead of fighting, we're going to sleep.
Yeah, what do you want, Scanlan?
You can go.
You have been devil's advocate this whole time. I don't want to die again, but she could kill us. What do you want, Scanlan?
I don't want to die.
Then let's sleep.
Then sleep.
I don't want to die either. And I don't want to watch any of you die again.
But if we go right now, you're going to die.
We need your spells to protect us. You're clutch in a fight. And without them, you're kind of just a dude.
Who's very good at becoming a target.
I'm so much more than dude.
One day you may be a bro.
Someday.
And on that note, you begin to put your things together, your plots, your preparations for getting to rest Did you have something you want to do?
It feels like you're going to wind down. Before we do that, if
Mhm.
everyone's going to bed, back in your room, I plunk down a bottle of whatever, and I take out Whisper. Have a seat.
Okay.
And I take Whisper, and I just start gently cutting away burnt edges of hair on your already shorter hair, so that the ends are clean.
Aww.
Do you like it shorter?
I like you. And I see you doubting yourself. I see it, Kiki. I've no doubts in you. I've known you for a long time now. And I have seen the strength in you growing. And I'm a fan. You're gonna make a great leader someday.
I just feel like there's so many people I could easily disappoint. I don't want to.
You are doing the very best you can with what you've been given. And I have seen you rise again and again, and not stop and not back down. And you fucking blow me away with the things you can do out there. You are beautiful, and you are talented, and you are strong as fuck. And I can't take the doubt away, I can't do that. But mix in with that my faith in you. Percy's faith in you. Grog's faith in you. Care's. Vexalia's. Scanlan's. Allura's. All of ours. We are all behind you and we all believe in you. And we all love you. And obviously, I love you.
I love you. You know, everyone comes from these backgrounds of having all these well-ventured and traveled pasts. You were the first people that I knew and met. So not only are you the longest, I don't really have any other friends. You are my family. I'll try not to let you down.
Have no worries. Look at you. Don't you look like royalty?
I'm not a princess, remember?
It's kind of what I like about you. Would you do me a favor? Down the line, once all this is behind us, will you go back to the theater with me?
What is it with you in the theater? Why?
I don't understand it either.
As long as you go back to Zephyr with me. Maybe.
You don't have to ask.
Hair look okay.
Are you kidding me?
Does the short thing like kind of work? Does it work with my bone structure? Is the antlers aren't overpowering it, right? The length kind of balanced out this, you know?
Bangs.
Bangs.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
No,
You'll
I don't
regret
want
it.
bangs. Don't, no bangs.
Shut up with a kiss.
Okay.
In my room, I am taking Vax's letter and ripping it in half and burning it. And I'm packing my pipe for the morning.
Okay.
I have to deal with this.
Serious. This is for real, you guys.
Wow.
Alrighty, prepared, ready to go. You have your next dose of brown sood prepared.
I pass out from sheer exhaustion.
Okay.
I am noisily sick. and honestly, it took every ounce of willpower I had to not do it in the middle of your scene. I feel like I've really grown as a human being.
We've all learned something tonight.
The whole time, just like slowly cut past the wall, and there's Care. The tree just going, just holding it.
Before we go to bed, Allura, any chance you'd be able to join us? I know you didn't get to come the last time.
Oh, I'm there. Don't worry.
Thank you.
So, you all get your rest. You know, I'm honored, really. I was proud of you all for going into that fray as you did. And you had many great compatriots at your side. I was a little jealous.
Kima did wonderfully.
I'm sure she did.
I'm sure she'll want to join us again.
I'm sure she will continue to complain about things that fly. It's
Well,
never been her
no.
strong suit. But I'll be there with you. Do not worry. Rest well. I've had a full night's sleep. I'm just gonna keep vigil and no longer drink things you procure from your bags without inquiring.
And we all set our alarms for exactly 8 hours.
No sleeping in and just go.
Exactly.
Just
Siri, wake me up before Raishan.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that, Maximum.
That stupid dog.
I love the dog alarm.
All right. So as you all find evening's rest, we'll go ahead and end tonight's session there.
Yay!
Preparing for whatever chaos the next endeavor unfurls.
Oh, jeez.
That was a good game.
Well done, guys.
Interesting
It was
game.
fun.
Oh, wait. Are you...
It's such a treat. Such a treat to be able to come back.
Is there any chance you'll be here next week?
Well, honestly, I was already trying to figure that out in my head. Like, I mean, I've flown places for dumber reasons. You know? So I'll maybe email with you a little bit to see how you feel about that.
Let me know. I mean, we'd love to have you. So
Get you in some combat.
yeah, I know.
I will admit, I've
You had a
never.
pretty awesome hammer there.
I have yet to actually take him for a test drive
Right.
in that way. So.
Yeah.
I'm just looking for one divine hammer. Breeders.
All right.
That's the breeders,
Well, perfect.
man.
Well,
That's the
we'll try and
90s.
coordinate for that. Hopefully it works out, because that'd be great. Otherwise, thank you guys for kicking ass.
Took a couple
It's a great episode. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you again for all your amazing support. We're taking all the positivity we can force feed into 2017.
Yeah.
But we love you guys. We'll see you in a week. And is it Thursday yet?
Yeah.
Take care, guys.